Ma'am.
It looks as if we've just come up to chat ourselves.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to the third and last day of the Global Tipping Point Summit. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is a family. GTPS is a true embodiment of this particular philosophy. Why? Because today we don't have just one or two, but three speakers. One here in India with us, and the other two speakers from two ends of the spectrum of the globe, from Houston and from Australia. Hence, technology. Hence, the various surprises and challenges that technology may offer us. So we are all prepared for what lies ahead. That was me taking anticipatory bail. All right. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Margaret Theophil. Dr. Margaret Theophil, while working as a flight attendant, worked on and received her PhD in the discipline of philosophy from Bombay University, specializing in sacred architecture. She has been co-director of Orientations, a business consulting organization that also works in collaboration with the educational sector. She is also the founder of Weave, Women, Earth, and Vital Encounter, a place for women to explore their lived spirituality, particularly in the multi-religious environment of India, and to study the influence of story, symbol, myth, dream, and image in our lives. Author of the personal growth book, Uniting Heaven and Earth, The Transformative Power of Story, she writes for national dailies and journals on various subjects such as organizational transformation, comparative religion, mysticism, the spiritual journey of the individual. Now, with her main work as a storyteller for the past 15 years, she and her husband, Humayun Taba, welcome Dr. Taba, have been working in Ladakh, setting up libraries for children, facilitating workshops for educators, and falling deeper and deeper in love with the place and its people. Now, friends, you must allow me a slight digression from protocol and decorum. I just realized, and forgive me for stating the obvious, how a bio note often doesn't do justice to the individual or the person. In case of Dr. Margaret Theophil, because I have the pleasure of knowing her, I would like to tell you a few things that are not mentioned in this bio note. For example, her depth of knowledge, her passion for myth and storytelling, her mesmerizing way of telling stories. These have to be experienced to be believed. It is with great pleasure that I welcome Dr. Margaret Theophil.
great. Hello, Mark and Shamim. I'm out here in the crowd. They thought it's better sitting here rather than on the chair over there, so I just said, I'll say hi.
Hi.
Okay. I'm going to try and be very disciplined and keep to the time. And I'll start with an introduction. I'll start with a different kind of introduction. One moment. Hold this. How could I forget her? Sorry. I'm manhandling her.
Wow.
Okay. This is Elva, who travels with me when I do my storytelling. And often she's the one who performs the magic with the children, because I'll tell you later how they can relate to her a lot better than to me. And if I go without her, they turn around and say, where is she? You've left her in Mumbai? It's not good. So here's Elva. I've brought her. Oh, sorry. Here you go. There she is. Hi. Okay. Yeah. So let me talk a little bit about a general focus and creativity that we use through Weave. Just a very basic introduction. You started? Okay. Our main focus is inspiring and supporting projects that are already established, working in collaboration. Because we live in Mumbai, and I'm going to talk mainly about Ladakh, though we've worked in most cities of India with different groups. I'll talk mainly about Ladakh and tell you that when we go up there, we're there only for 2 months. And so the work has to be sustained, otherwise it's not very useful. So if we have local partners everywhere and they can continue the work, that really works well. So our thrust is on 2 things that are very much ignored in our systems in India, which is the creativity and imagination of the children. Because so much is rote learning, so much is pressure on finishing the syllabus, and creativity and imagination for them get sidelined. So there are 3 main thrust areas. One of them would be libraries. We set up libraries, we collect appropriate books, level appropriate, region appropriate books for the children, because some books are a no-no in certain communities. And we also have started supporting the building, actual building of the library rooms and the shelves and the carpets and everything else. That's a new thrust for us. And it's very exciting because we make them beautiful. We make them truly beautiful. So I love that, with paintings and colors and excitement. There's joy. There's joy bursting all around. And without joy, I don't know if you can see that little sticker I've put there that says nothing without joy, which is the Reggio Emilia school philosophy, nothing without joy. So we do the library setup. The second thing we do is we do a lot of teacher-educator programs. I don't like calling that training. I don't like that word. So we do a lot of educator excellence, educator enhancement programs with teaching in many places. They're not B.Eds or M.Ed educators. So we do innovative ways of teaching. We do concepts of teaching that they may not be so familiar with. Then with the students, fun sessions, invitational. We try to make the reading invitational. Sorry, Elva, I'm handing you over to Monica. So I have my hands free. Okay, so I'm going to answer a question. I don't know if many of the young people here asked me the last few days, why Ladakh? Why Ladakh? There are so many places all over India. Lots of stuff is happening. Lots of good stuff is happening in different places in India. But why Ladakh? Because we totally fell in love with Ladakh. We've been going there for 15 years, and as long as our health allows us, we're both in our 70s now, as long as we're fit and able and creative enough, we'll keep going there. So Another thing that really prompted us to stick with it is because we saw the state of most of the libraries there. And it's not just in Ladakh, in many places, many places in India, except if you're really privileged, the libraries are not alive. They're dormant, sometimes even dead. Okay? And librarians are not valued, especially school librarians. They're not valued enough. And when we ask the librarians, tell us what you do, they say, we distribute books and we control. Makes you want to weep, you know? So our job is to excite the librarians as well. Okay, okay, thank you. The other thing is we found that when we're there, the main language is Ladakhi, and it's beautiful that the families speak Ladakhi, and all the children know the language, unlike in many states of India. So, but there's aspiration. The parents want them in what we call English medium schools. So they want them to get good jobs, they want them to have a good knowledge of English. And it's true, because if you go for your higher studies and these bright, brilliant children find they're underperforming because they're struggling with language issues. So I realized, I was brought up in an area called Bandra. Several of you know Bandra. And that time, it was very small and very Christian focused. So everybody around us spoke only in English. I didn't have people around me talking in Hindi or Marathi, which made it very difficult to acquire the language. My ears did not absorb the language. And I find in Ladakh, because the children are not around people who speak English, language acquisition is very difficult. When you hear the language spoken. And by the way, I have my friend Chorol here. Chorol, stand. Okay. Chorol is from Ladakh. She's the principal of a middle school, what we call government schools over there. And Chorol is one of the most dedicated and creative leaders in the school movement over there, and we're so happy that she's here with us today. She's been here for all 3 days. And it's great to have the kind of support from the heads of school, because it doesn't always happen. So this role of listening is what we're focusing a lot as we go ahead. I'm going to cover just a little, because I've asked Monica to keep a stopwatch timer so that I don't go on and on. Okay, there's so much. Shamim and I were exchanging messages and saying, gosh, there's so much all three of us want to talk about, and we feel there's a lot of pressure of time. So the role of listening is what we're focusing on as we go ahead. See, we're taught how to tell, maybe not stories, but as educators, our focus is on telling. Yeah? And I'm not talking about everywhere, I'm talking about largely. There are some places where it's getting better and better every day. But we are not trained to listen, and we don't know how to encourage children to listen. So I think story listening for us has become almost as important a focus as storytelling. Whether we are the listeners or our participants are the listeners, the way we listen to the story, the way we absorb the story, and to us as tellers, if we make it invitational, we make it joyous, we make it interesting, sometimes, I don't know if there's time later I can tell you about it, sometimes the most reluctant readers will start coming for books and getting excited about the story we tell them. So we don't tell them, oh, you must read, reading is good for you. No. We just do a session where they feel excited and they come and ask us about the book, and we try to do the tellings from the books that are in their libraries. So we choose the books. So the new project, which we're going to start launching, see, there are many good recordings, but that I've found, a lot on YouTube, that are with American or British accents. Okay, beautiful storytelling. But in one village, when I went and I played one of the stories, at the end of it, one of the children turned to me and said, ma'am, can you please next time bring a story in English? So I realized the problem with listening. So we've engaged a lot of our friends who volunteered. We have different accents in India. There's no one Indian accent. So in just accents that the children can relate to somehow, we're getting people to read out, non-professionals, just you, me, and everybody we know who love story, to read out the story, to show the pictures, because we use a lot of picture books with the younger people, and to record them. And after they hear the recording and we tell them, look, the book is in your library, they'll run and grab that book. There'll be 10 people lining up for the same book. And then, okay. So the other thing is, where in many places, because 10, 20, 30 people want to grab the same book, you know what happens to the book? It's paper. Yeah? So we have book hospital, where the books are repaired and lovingly doctored back to health, patched up, first aid, or intensive surgery, or whatever the book needs. Yeah? And yeah, so the children are often the book doctors who help with that. Monica, how am I doing on time? Okay, I'm going to stop. Focus, okay. Am I using the word focus too often? Yes, I'm hearing myself. Okay, an important thing for me personally, very important, is now that we're talking about our shared humanity and everything, children hear a lot of message, oh, we're all the same. And they go, yeah, really? You know, I look around me, I look at the way people treat me, we are not the same. So to explain to a child that underlying it is our humanity is not so easy, especially with the little ones. So what do? I'm specially choosing a lot of books that celebrate differences. Through the books, we celebrate our differences. And, okay, I have to do this. Sorry, I'll take a few seconds. Come on, please hold this. See, you've come and sat here and see what happens to you. Okay. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, very quickly, 4 books. Hold it. Sorry. Very quickly, 4 books. I don't know if you can see it clearly. I'll read you the title. It says, Sadiq Wants to Stitch. In a community where the boys are expected to do other work, this boy wants to embroider and do wonderful things. And how, excuse me, people are accept and encourage him while other people mock him. This is not what boys do. And there's a lovely book called Pink and Blue, where the boy's favorite color is pink, and everyone makes fun of him. And his mother encourages him, hey, it's okay, you know, for a boy to like pink. 2 books side by side, Gatila and Elmer. Okay? Elmer is a patchwork elephant, one of my favorites, okay? And there's a whole series of it. This is not an Indian writer, David McKee, famous David McKee, lovely David McKee. And there's a whole series of Elmer, and he's a patchwork elephant in a world of gray elephants. And at first he tries to be like the others. And then he realizes, hey, it's okay. And they love him for who he is. And what I love about the books, they don't preach. They don't say, it's nice, it's okay, you're different, and we accept. No. Just through the story, the children realize Elmer is different, and hey, so what? Gatila, she's black, and the others have colors, and she wants to be colored. And so she tries to be someone else. Don't you think children can relate to that in many ways? I could relate to that. Yeah, all of us could relate to it in some way or the other. So we talk about ourselves when we're there, when we are young, and what I went through. Being the shortest girl in my class, I shut up later. But I was the shortest, puniest girl in my class, and I was made fun of. Okay? So I was different. And Gatila wants to be different colored. So there are many books like that. Soda and Bonda. Yeah. The dog wants to be a cat, the cat wants to be a dog. Lovely, okay? And we don't tell them what it means. I hate that question that many places ask, what is the moral of the story? There's so many learnings in a story to reduce it to one stupid moral. is cruel. It's cruelty. Okay, so there you are. And a favorite, the lion who wanted to love. The lion expected to, this particular baby is expected to go and attack people, and he says, but I want to hug them. It's quite weird, but he's so sweet. So they laugh a lot. I have another series of books called Silly Books. And when a child once came up to me and said, Ma'am, you're so silly. What a compliment. What a compliment. Because for him, silly was fun and crazy and, okay to be like us. So I'm the silly storyteller. I'm going to stop it there. I want to listen so much to Shamim and Mark. And thank you.
The speakers will take questions at the end of the session, but because of time, we're trying to be fair to all the three speakers. It's with great pleasure that I introduce our next speaker, Ms. Shamim Padamsee. She has worn many hats in her lifetime, that of an educationist, globetrotter, social worker, businesswoman, diplomat, mother, and proud grandmother of 6. At heart, she is a storyteller who has authored numerous children's books and contributed articles to leading newspapers and magazines. She has also founded Young India Books, a pioneering platform that reviewed and promoted children's literature in India. Her current project is Zama Sama, a non-profit initiative that uses children's stories to open windows into the world's diverse cultures, traditions, and ways of life. Zama Sama's mission is not only to nurture future compassionate citizens, but also to ensure that the richness and pluralism is appreciated. By aligning stories with global learning goals and providing educators with practical guides, Zama Sama empowers teachers and parents to help children grow into empathetic, inclusive, and globally aware individuals. Welcome, Padamsee ma'am. Please tell us about your work.
Just before she begins, our first speaker of the conference, Zainab, has done a lot of illustrations for. Sorry. Just to add to what Nina has said, our first speaker, Zainab, has done a lot of illustrations for Shamim's books.
Yes, Zainab, right? In fact, Zainab has illustrated my story based in Ladakh called Angmoziak. I'd been to Ladakh and I loved it over there. And I didn't find any children's stories there set in Ladakh. And I said, I have to write one. So that's the story that I wrote, Margaret. You should have a look at it. Anyway, so thank you for the lovely introduction. And Margaret, I'm so happy that you're talking of diversity and how children learn through stories. And that is the subject of my talk today. So you've been hearing so many diverse voices so far, and voices that have brought so many new perspectives and food for thought, but I'm adding just one more. And what I'm going to talk about today is pluralism, and how does one instill this pluralistic values in our very young children. Everyone agrees, I'm sure, that the best time to teach our children basic courtesies is when they're very young. We constantly remind our young children to say please and thank you, don't we? It's always saying, say please, or what's the magic word, say thank you, all of that keeps going on. These courtesies slowly get ingrained in a child and they become habits. And soon it becomes part of a child's personality. You do it without even thinking. Now imagine if we treated empathy, respect, and appreciation for differences, like Margaret talked about, differences of cultures, traditions, customs, beliefs, and even abilities with the same importance as we do good manners early on in life. How much more natural compassion and understanding would feel. But today, sadly, we're living in a time when differences are more for dividing than not for crossing those bridges, when voices of anger, mistrust, and fear echo louder than those of understanding and empathy. But this is due to unfamiliarity with the diversity. We are not willing to look at diversity in the way it should be looked at. His Highness the Aga Khan IV termed it as a clash of ignorance. So, how do we cross the bridge of ignorance? By the age of 5, children begin forming ideas about who belongs and who does not. Not because they're unkind, but because they're learning from a world that sometimes forgets its own kindness. We forget to be kind to others who are different from us. We look at them with suspicion, with anger sometimes, mistrust. If we want to raise a generation that sees diversity as strength, we must start before bias takes root, when minds are open still and hearts are unscarred. But how do we do that? Well, one of the most natural, beautiful ways is to nurture empathy is through stories. And I'm sure we all of us believe the same thing. Stories invite children to step into another life, into another person's shoes, to feel what another person feels, to understand their perspective. A well told story doesn't just inform the mind, it leaves an imprint on the heart. And when a child connects emotionally with a character, understanding grows quietly, without instruction or resistance. I'd like to share a few stories from my website over here. The first story is called A Different Beat. It's about three children in the US who are homeless and they live in a shelter. As you know, school is free in the US. So when they go to school, the other children whisper. They keep a distance. Why? Because these children are smelly. They don't have an opportunity to bathe. Did not understand what their child's compulsions were. They were judging them on something which was beyond the child's control. But when they realized what was going on, the judgment turned into empathy. Similarly, there are other stories which also reflect on the theme of kindness and understanding. There's a story called Macher Jol, which is set in India. It's about a young blind boy, who braves the bustling streets of Calcutta to bring his sick father his favorite curries. He says, I know what my father will like, what will make him feel better. It is Macher Jol. So he braves the streets, crosses the streets for the very first time on his own, and manages to get this father the curry that he loves. In My Brother Charlie, there's another story. It's again set in the US. A family surrounds their autistic son with patience and understanding, celebrating him just as he is. There's another story set in Malawi in Africa, Dance Kuzwayo Dance. Kuzwayo is selected to perform the proud traditional dance of his community, the Igabo. And on the day of the performance, he suddenly overcomes his stage fright. His friends gather round him and they encourage him and they cheer him along. And slowly, he helped him find his courage again. And he dances like he never did before. And this is the story set in Egypt. When I went to Cairo and Egypt, I was looking at children's stories in the libraries, in the bookshops. I didn't find much contemporary stories. So I wrote this, and it's a true story about a boy who dropped off to school at the age of 7 because his family couldn't afford to pay his school fees. And he becomes a breadwinner of the family. He works in a shoemaker's shop. He gets beaten, he's bruised, but he continues because he felt he had a very important role. And gradually, he becomes a prime wage earner of the family. Slowly, he discovers music by going to a music school who helps street children find music in their lives. And that opened a path of hope and possibility. And today, this boy is performing in Sharm el Sheikh in a very fancy resort. He's also helping other children to find their music in their lives. That is what these diverse stories do. When these children read these stories, they open their hearts to children from other countries, other places, other cultures, other traditions, when they see that basically they're similar, we are not all that different. But just other than just reading the stories to the children, I think we need to go a little deeper. And that is what Zama Sama, my website, is trying to do. We are helping parents and teachers pose questions to the child. How do you think the child felt? How must he be feeling? What would you have done if you were in that child's shoes? What should be the right thing? Is there any right and wrong? This food for thought will make them stop and think. It's just not a story to entertain them, but it's basically food for thought. They need to think about the life of another child, the condition of another child. It could be happy, it could be sad, it could be anything. The message will move from the surface of the mind into the deeper layers of their heart and even the subconscious. We remember so many stories which affected us as children. I remember I had a couple of favorites which I want to read over and over again. Maybe there was some message in it which I needed, and that's why I wanted to read them again. And these stories, through these stories, values will take root, not as lessons memorized, but as feelings that shape who we become. Hence, at Zama Sama, we have also created a learning outcome. So when you go to a story and after you've read it, there's a parent teacher guide, and in that you have a learning outcome with key questions that you can pose to the children before, during, and even after the story. And when children read more than one story of a similar theme, like I gave you the titles of some of the stories, which are all based around kindness and caring. So when you read, you look at caring from different angles. There's caring with your siblings, there's caring with somebody, a school, a peer, a parent, all kinds of caring. Whether it's about kindness, courage, or even inclusion, the impact multiplies manifold and the message slowly deepens. By the time the children reach their preteen years, they're no longer learning empathy, they are living it. That brings us to the question, what should we do? Well, we at Zama Sama, at our heart, we bring together stories about children from around the world, especially the parts of the world which are not exposed. Like so many parts of the world, like I told you, there are no stories I found from Egypt, of children in Egypt. We found a lot of legends and folk tales and all of that, but not lives of contemporary children. So where we learn about other languages, like Margaret said, their culture, their children see themselves as different. Oh yeah, are we? You really see us the same? We don't. Because when we see somebody, we see the exterior first, we see the color, we see the language, we see the way they dress, the way they eat. Like Mark and I were talking about this whole thing about the mayor, this thing, this which is happening right now, election of the mayor, and they picked up on Zoran Mandani's the thing that he eats with his hand, and they were aghast, and they called it uncivilized and barbaric. You know, it's our tradition, it's our custom. Why is it uncivilized? But we don't understand and stop to think of how other people's culture could be different from ours. It's okay, you know, it's fine. I mean, I could say it's barbaric to be eating with a spoon, you know, a fork, you know, as clean as it. Anyway, so, but then we realize that even though our language, clothes, and customs and beliefs and abilities are different, our emotions are all shared. So today we feature stories from 18 different countries spread around the globe for children within the ages of 3 to 12 years of age, because we believe those are the formative years. And we'll soon be hosting our 100th story. In fact, the story of Ali and his golden sack will be our 100th story coming up. These stories are organized into 11 universal themes: family and friends, inclusion and disability, environment and conservation, culture and tradition, social and emotional learning, and many more. Each story is chosen with care, and each one comes with a short guide. So teachers and parents can encourage the reflections that can make the stories come alive and sink in that much deeper. So, in conclusion, when children grow up surrounded by pluralistic values through the stories that they read, something lasting is forming inside them. And as they enter adulthood, whether they become teachers, scientists, artists, or leaders in the corridors of power. They will carry these values forward. They will make decisions with empathy. They will lead with fairness. They'll create workplaces and communities where everyone belongs. That is how we build a more caring and enlightened world. Just as we teach our children to say please and thank you, how often we remind our children, say please, yes? We can also teach them to be appreciative of diversity. Just as we appreciate the myriads of flowers in every garden, flowers of every color, shape, and size, we have to teach our children that we are all flowers in a garden which God has created. And when we start early, we are doing more than teaching values. We are shaping the kind of world our children will inherit, the tomorrow. So we at Zamasama are sowing seeds of harmony today through stories for a brighter tomorrow. I would like to invite all of you to visit our website. It's www.zamasama.com, Zamasama, so that you can use the stories. It's free. You register, you can use any of the stories, read the stories, and so that you can share with your children the stories that will make them better, more understanding, and more empathetic youngsters and adults in the future. Thank you very much.
Very much, Shami ma'am. Thank you so much. I would now like to introduce our third speaker, who's joining us all the way from Australia, as we said before, Dr. Mark McLeod. For those of us who are familiar with GTPS, Dr. Mark is an eternal presence with us. He supported us in so many ways. And friends, once again, I'm going to apologize. Today and every other day, I have no claims to objectivity in my life. All right? Dr. Mark is another person whom I have the pleasure of knowing as a teacher when he had a stint of teaching at Mumbai University in, I think, around 2016-17. He did a course on children's literature at Mumbai University, and let me assure you that Professor Mark, the teacher, Professor Mark, the writer, Professor Mark, the person, they are all the same. He leads you compassionately to discover the joy of learning, and his teaching style is a reflection of the individual that he is. There is humor, there is honesty, and he carries the mantle of scholarship ever so lightly. The memories that I have of being a student of Professor Mark is something that I will treasure for the rest of my life. Thank you so much, Professor Mark. Please allow me that much.
Oh.
Okay, and now for the formal introduction.
No.
You must know his credentials. I've only told you about him as a teacher. Dr. Mark is a writer and editor for children, adjunct senior lecturer at Charles Sturt University, and Quaker advisor at the Friends School in Hobart, Tasmania. He has taught children's literature, Australian literature, and creative writing at universities in Australia and around the world. Most recently in India at Mumbai University, as I mentioned, and Sikkim University. His publishing career focuses on narrative texts as agents for change. He has been publishing director at Random House, publisher at Hachette Australia, president and publishing director of independent picture book publisher Dirt Lane Press, and a freelance editor for publishers including Walker Books Australia, University of Queensland Press, Omnibus Books, ABC Books, Queer Inc. India. He is well known for his commentary on books for young readers on television, radio, and in print media. His current research interests are in LGBTIQ, narrative for young people, the awareness and teaching of social justice, and the adaptation of children's texts. A former national president of the Children's Book Council of Australia, Professor Mark has won awards for distinguished service to children's literature and for titles published under his own name imprint, Mark McLeod Books. For many years, he was executive editor of the journal International Research in Children's Literature, published by Edinburgh University, and is executive editor for Queer India, Inc. India. Mark is the author of poems for adults and children and picture books for children. His most recent book is a collection of poems for children, The Secret Boat, published by Westwards in 2023. And his collection of poems for adults, City of Rainbows, will be published in 2026. A quick aside before I sign off. Professor Mark's love for India and Indian languages has prompted him to study Hindustani, which is something that not many people know, but I'm aware of this. Welcome, Professor Mark. Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Oh, thank you so much, Nina. You're my teacher and my student and my friend. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to Professor Kumi for inviting me to speak this afternoon, or this morning for you, sorry. It's this afternoon for me. Namaste, aap kaise hain, friends? I am going to talk to you. I do have a set of slides. Dilip, are you able to show those, and rather than have me share my screen, for you to progress through them, just so I can show you a few pictures? Is that possible? Well, I'll start anyway, and if that is possible, that would be great. My job at the moment is to work with teachers and parents at the Quaker School in Hobart, which is the world's largest school of that kind. And it involves helping them to align the curriculum with Quaker values, what are known as the testimonies. And those values are, and this is, I just thought this morning that this is a very Indian kind of acronym. It's usually taught to the children as SPICEE, S-P-I-C-E-E. Simplicity, peace, integrity, community, equality, and earth care. And those are the values which I am helping teachers and parents to embed in the curriculum. I use picture books a lot, and this has been said this morning a couple of times, because they allow access by people at different levels. So it allows for multi-tiered learning. If you're not a very confident reader, you can look at the pictures and you can read the story from the pictures. If you're a highly sophisticated reader and you're able to read the word text as well as the picture text, the picture narrative, great, you've got the whole deal. So that's where I am coming from. It's really important for us to know what a child brings to the book. And I'm quite interested in what both Shamim and Margot were saying about inclusion, because I feel as old as Methuselah in some ways, because I feel like I've been through several waves of concern about inclusion and exclusion. When I was an undergraduate, very much influenced by the ideas that came from the Second World War, and that was that childhood was a universal. This is the Campbell thesis and the Jungian approach to childhood. Um, Children's values were basically the same, human values were basically the same. And we learned that very much as undergraduates. And then by the time that I was a postgraduate student, we were saying, no, that's not true. We're very different. Um, so there are many voices that need to be heard, and voices that have been silenced, and voices that have been misrepresented. And so the 1960s and 70s was very much about encouraging women's voices to be heard, encouraging LGBT voices to be heard, people with physical differences to be heard, people from different language groups to be heard, and so on. To the point where there are people now in the world saying there's too much fragmentation. It's impossible to include all those groups. So we have to find some things that we have in common, some values that we have in common. What are they? I was thinking as I read, and Dr. Kumi will forgive me for using an example from her, but there are differences, very interesting differences between Indian English and Australian English. Professor Kumi sent me a little note yesterday saying that she would like us to, if we had a PowerPoint, to either send it or bring it. And she said, kindly do this, kindly send this, or kindly bring this. In Australian English, that's quite offensive to say, kindly do this. It's quite sarcastic, it's very sharp. If I were to translate that into Australian English, I would say, would you do this? Or do you have time to do that? I would be much more kind of less assertive. And so English in India often sounds to non-Indians as if it's very imperative. Indians have said to me in the past, you will do this. And my instant reaction as an Australian is, I will not. So we're speaking the same language, right? But we're using different intonations, we're having different grammatical constructions, and so on. So I think that we're facing a huge challenge at the moment with AI. AI is facilitating teachers to make a story available to children who are reading at very different levels in the one classroom. When I go into a classroom now, there'll be 3 or 4 children over on one wall, and they're on the spectrum, and they're doing their thing, and they're highly disruptive, and they're chaotic, and they're loud, and physically loud, as well as everything else. And then there are the kids in the middle of the room who are quietly reading or writing, and the teacher is walking around to all of them, trying to include all of them. I thought to myself, how do they do it? How do teachers do this now? It's all very well to say we have to include and we have to have multi-tiered learning, but how the heck are you going to make it possible? Personally, I grew up in a world where the library was like a hospital. It was absolute silence. There was no food in the library. There was no talking in the library. You were to whisper, if that. When I went back to the university library where I had been an undergraduate for so long and where I had taught for many years, I was absolutely gobsmacked that the first thing that I noticed as I walked into the reading was the strong smell of Chinese food. And I said to somebody, how is that possible? They said, well, students are allowed to eat their food in the library now. And I go, what? Like that's amazing to me. So there's a part of me that says, great, people who are time poor, they're allowed now to bring their food into the library. Never mind that I love Chinese food, but the smell of Chinese food in the library is quite distracting and somewhat offensive, in fact. And that's not a culturally prejudiced statement. It's just the smell of the food is quite intrusive. I find that really weird. We're now in a situation where we have the increased use of AI for writers and for readers and for editors and publishers and educators. And it's very much going on what the algorithm says. Now, is the algorithm going to produce a whole lot of conformity again? It's startlingly easy to write a poem using using AI. I don't know if you've tried it. Um, Maybe I mean, as teachers, I'm sure you've used it to, if you've got a sentence frame or a reading frame and you have pitched it at the most sophisticated and confident students in your class, and you have some students who are less confident, you can ask AI to simplify it for you, to make it accessible and usable for a child who's not confident with the language as those students are. So you're using AI in a very positive way there. However, um, it's really interesting that if you ask AI to write you a poem, it'll write you a poem, but it's got those kind of smooth, perfect lines that suggest that it's being written according to algorithms, to expectations. Now, do I trust American oligarchs who run the big AI companies and who are in power in the United States? Do I trust them to give us algorithms that will assume that the protagonist has brown skin, that the protagonist speaks Spanish or Hindi? No, I do not trust them, and I shouldn't. I should be quite suspicious and quite cautious. So we're facing another wave of conformity. So it's very strange for me to hear this morning us talking about, well, we have to be diverse and we have to be inclusive, because I go, but we did that back in the 1960s and 70s. And then everybody said, somebody said to me the other day, I'm sick and tired of all the LGBT stuff. I'm sick and tired of all the transgender stuff. Okay, now, one of the transgender professors in Australia, very famous sociologist, Raymond Connell, says we're not even 1% of the population. We're not even 1%. So what is this domination? What is this feeling of, I'm sick of reading about transgender people? And that's where we're at with inclusion at the moment. So I totally support what Margaret's saying about listening. My generation of students said, we need the voices to be heard. We need people to speak. And everybody said in the 1970s, isn't it great that women are speaking up? Isn't it great that disabled people are speaking up? Isn't it great that people living in abject poverty and people who are homeless are speaking up? And then I want to say, in the 21st century, and who is listening? And who is listening? And that's where I think it's really important to know your students, know what they're bringing to a book, what they're bringing to a story, how they're going to read it. If we'd had the opportunity to look at my slides, I would have shown you a book. Let me tell you about two things I've observed in picture books at the moment. Number one is a number of picture books about insects. This is very interesting to me. There's one called One Day, which is an Australian picture book, and you have to turn it on its side to read. It's kind of like, it ends up like an old-fashioned wall calendar. And it starts with a mayfly being born. And a frog is sitting on a lily pad and sees the mayfly being born and says, well, the world out there will eat you up. But it's easy to feel small in the big world. Life is a map with no set destination. And the frog says, look, go out and do what you like. It's a really big world. You're a tiny little creature. You don't need to worry too much because you'll only be alive for one day. Well, the mayfly goes out and has all sorts of adventures and then comes back on the final page. And the frog looks at the mayfly and says, so the world didn't eat you up. And so just sort of shrugs. This is very interesting to me, this concern with being insignificant and small. How is this speaking to young people? At the moment, the word that I hear used about teenagers more than any other word in Australia is fragile. They're feeling fragile. They're feeling emotionally depressed. They're feeling uncertain about their future. They're feeling uncertain about the headlines on the internet. They're doom scrolling. They're feeling uncertain about the possibility of getting a job, of a relationship, and so on. So these books about insects are really focusing on the feeling of being small. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, there's an Indian book, which you may know, called Young Doll. It's a very beautiful picture book by Pankaj Singh, and it's about a child. Now, this is unusual for a picture book. Picture books, if you are a writer of picture books, you will be told to keep the timeline pretty compressed. A picture book is like a short story. It should probably cover one incident, one day, one family, one situation, and so on. Okay, so here in Young Doll is a picture of a child to the end of her life. It's the whole of her life. And she is in poverty, and they're living out on the edge of the desert. And they have goats and they have sheep. And one morning, the child comes out and sees that the goats have been killed by a snow leopard. And her mother goes into prayer, and the child says to the mother, what are you doing? And the mother says, I'm praying. And the child says, who are you praying for? You're praying for the goats, for our little goats. And the mother says, I'm praying for the goats. I'm praying for the snow leopard. I'm praying for our family. The child says, why would you be praying for the snow leopard? The snow leopard killed our animals that we depend on. They're our pets and they're also our food. And the mother says, we have to pray for all of nature. Well, we follow this child through her whole life in a picture book. And she keeps on looking out the window, hoping to see the snow leopard. And one day, and before she dies, at the age of 80, she sees the snow leopard, which represents the nature that kind of took her domestic animals. And so, what is a child bringing to this book? The child is bringing to this book a concern with, is there going to be any continuity? Am I ever going to grow up? My daughter, when she was 11, in tears one day, watching television and watching the oil fields burning in Kuwait. And I said, what's the matter, darling? And she said, I'm never going to grow up and do the interesting things that you and mummy did, am I? Now, if that's a feeling of a child 30 years ago, you can imagine the feelings that children are bringing to a picture book now. Many publishers in Australia are saying to writers, don't give me anything serious and deep and meaningful. We just want entertaining. We just want fun. We want digital illustration. We want funny. We want things that look like animated or video games. Now, where's that coming from? Why? Part of the problem is that teachers have been too heavily emphasizing the lessons to be drawn from children's picture books. I was reading one called 12, and it's about a boy who has a younger brother, and his younger brother is obsessed with 12, and the child doesn't understand why. The child is 6, and he counts out 12 peas on the plate, and you're reading this, and you think, oh, this kid's on the spectrum, and so you've understood it. And then you get to the end of the book, and it's revealed that this child has 6 fingers on each hand. And he's obsessed with this. So the book ends up being about 2 themes and 2 inclusions. That is, inclusion of somebody who's on the spectrum, and inclusion of what the book tells you in a note at the end is polydactyly. That is having many fingers. Well, I guess I want to go back to what Raewyn Connell said about transgender. It is important and significant, and it is worthwhile and valuable that somebody who is born with 6 fingers rather than 5 sees themselves recognized somewhere, but it would not even be 1%. It wouldn't be even close to 1% of the population. So what are we doing in making this book about autism and about polydactyly? We're teaching lessons, and we're putting teachers' notes in the back of the picture book to turn every story into a lesson. David Malouf, Australia's greatest novelist living, I think, said, the best thing about a work of art is not to talk about it, but to expose it and then shut up. Do not analyze it. Do not discuss it with the class. Let them hear the story. Another art curator said to me, you do know that on Sunday afternoon we go to the art gallery to drink in the colors. don't you? I'd never thought of it before. I'd never thought that sometimes I'm in the mood for gloomy, dark grey colours. Sometimes I'm in the mood for uproarious, outrageous oranges, yellows, and the sorts of things you might see in an Indian festival. Um, that's how books work on us. There's a wonderful book which I wish I could show you. It's called The Frog's First Song. And it starts off, the pages are totally black, and there's a frog down a well. And the frog is saying, I can't sing. There's nothing I can do. I'm down here in the dark. It's the end of the world. And the frog listens to the water dripping in the well. And it starts to drip in a rhythm. And the frog starts to sing. And as the frog sings, the singing goes up through the well and touches the moon. The moon hasn't heard frogs singing for such a long time. And the frog sings to the moon, and the moon sings back to the frogs. And eventually, all of nature, all the frogs begin to sing. And they feel not alone and not in the dark, but they're in a riot of color with the water lilies and the beautiful colors and so on out there on the surface of the pond. This is an Aboriginal story, and it says at the end, and no one needs to feel alone. It's about community. So I'm going to leave you with that. I think we've gone through some really interesting waves of concern about universality, of course, after World War II and the fracturing of the world in World War II. Of course, everybody's going to be attracted to Jungian ideas of universality, and childhood's all the same. And of course, with the sameness of the 1950s and the world divided in a Cold War, of course, people are going to say, but what about my voice? What about my voice? And of course, when all the voices start talking and everybody's just kind of jabbering their life, their experience, of course, some people are going to say, it's too much. I need some order. I need some peace and quiet. I need it to be pulled into line. Where are we now? I'll leave that for you to think about. Dhanyavad.
Sorry, Dr. Mark, that the PowerPoint couldn't be shown because it was neither sent to me nor to Dilip. Neither of us have received it.
We can't
So
hear.
perhaps it's got
Sorry.
lost in the mail or something has happened because neither of us have received it. Sorry about that.
Excuse me, ma'am. We're going to show the Ladakh pictures and the Zamzamal slides now. Website.
Do that, show the Zama slides, show this, and just announce that we have time for very few questions,
One purpose. All right, friends. Just to give you an idea what's happening, and the disparity between intention and reality. What we wanted to do was we wanted to show these pictures of Marguerite's work at Ladakh while she was
Is
speaking
it
or
possible
after
for
she
us
was
to hear
speaking.
the sound?
Also, we wanted to show Shamim ma'am's website, which we will be showing. And what we will do is, because of time, we will take one question per speaker. So may I kindly request the audience to limit it at one question per speaker. I think first we'd just like to have a look at the slide, Shamim ma'am's slide, so that we have some idea about her work too. And Margaret, kindly show your lovely daughter.
Okay, I've just got pictures of the groups and the children. I don't want to make a commentary on them. I want you to just look at these lovely people, that's all. In different places.
Can someone give Margaret a microphone? Thank you.
You have to just long press. Same here. 3 days and I'm still struggling. It is on.
Ah, now it's on. Okay, thank you for the lesson. Okay, so I just wanted to, as I said, just leave you with these pictures about the joy and the children and the work and being engaged and excited. Yeah, that's it. All the different groups. And yeah, that's it. Okay. I want to go back soon.
While we wait for the next slide to come up, I think we could take questions for Margaret ma'am. Somebody, if there's any specific question for Dr. Margaret, that would be lovely.
Ah, sorry, this thing is in the way. My apologies. Oh, you can have this? No? Okay. I'm getting advice from all over.
Good morning, ma'am. First
Hi.
of all, lovely work you and your husband are doing. I mean, it's inspiring what you're doing.
Thank you.
And my question was just that, do you have any real life instances or stories where storytelling has impacted the children?
Lots, but I'm going to restrict myself maybe to one or two. Okay, one that I'll tell you a quick story about was a sacred moment in my life, really. A little boy was sent to bring me to the class, and he was the monitor, and he said, now, ma'am, when it was a storytelling session, when you come into the class, please be attentive to my little friend so-and-so. He sits at the end of the first row. He won't look at you. He doesn't like people going close to him, and he doesn't like to be touched. So just be careful. Now, this little child saying this to me about a child on the spectrum in his class was wonderful. I said, oh, thank you so much. When I started talking about Elva and why she has blue wings because she failed fairy school, she cannot grant your wishes, but she can grant you the qualities, if you ask her, that will help you find your own wishes. Like she can make you strong, she can make you creative, but you have to do the work. So though she failed fairy school, she's very special. And she talks to me, and the children find it easy to talk to her. Sorry, I'm treating her very badly because I'm holding the mic in one hand. And things they can't say to me, they will say to Elva. So I told the story about her blue wings, and I went on telling the story, and I saw this little boy sneaking glances at me, but I knew not to stare at him or to look directly at him, but he kept turning and looking at me from sort of under his eyelashes. We finished the session, and it was their break, and they said, please let ma'am go out first. So with my walking stick, which I told them was my magic wand, because when it's folded, I open it, kachak, like that. And they say, wow! I say, yeah, that's my magic wand. So me and my magic wand, we walked out of class, and before they rushed out like, woo! You know, you've seen it happen, all of you, for the break. And as they rushed out, I suddenly felt someone come and put his head on my tummy and put his arms around me. Okay, I'm going to cry now. And, sorry. It was this little boy who I was told not to go near, not to touch. And I saw his teacher going, and that was a sacred moment in my life. And it was brought about through storytelling. It was the story that did it. So that was one story that I think I want to share with you.
Thank you.
Margaret, can you tell them about agreements that we have in the libraries?
I don't think there's time, but
Just
very, very, very quickly, thank you for reminding me. I kept thinking, should I squeeze it in? So very quickly, I don't want to shortchange my fellow speakers. We worked in a library. We were told the children were hitting each other with the books and tearing the books. And how can you tell them stories? Because look at how they're behaving. And when I went in, I saw it was absolutely unruly, and the poor librarian couldn't keep control, and she kept yelling, and she had a stick, which later on I very dramatically broke over my knee and threw in the dustbin. But apart from that, all this thing was going on, and we said, what do we do? And Monica was there with us in Ladakh at that time, and one of the things we realized, they said, you have to make rules. Now, I know when I was small, if you said rule, for me it was something to break. Yeah, challenge, you know, how do I circumvent this? So I said, rules won't work. So I came up with 5 agreements. We talked together and we created 5 agreements. And the first one was, this is a kind room. We are kind to people and kind to books. So a lot of, just that one sentence, there were 4 others, I'm not going to go into it, that one sentence stopped them from hitting each other, because we'd say, hey, we have an agreement. We never said we have rules. And then I'd say, hey, we agreed na in the beginning of the session. Yes, ma'am, sorry. You know? And the agreements about being kind to people and kind to books, they began to treat the books well. It was just that one agreement, not a rule, because like you as a child and me, we have an agreement. We are both grown up enough to have an agreement. And that worked wonders, and we've shared it with so many schools that, especially for the library, don't make rules, make agreements. Thank you for reminding me, and sorry for taking so much time, my darlings.
Question for Dr. Shamim now. I hope you can see the website, that Zamzama website, the amazing work that she's doing. One question for Dr. Shamim. Yes, please.
Hello, ma'am. So I just visited the website, and it's honestly amazing. Like, you can look at the stories from different parts of the world, like specific for that particular country. So my question for you is, can stories really help children understand diversity and appreciate it?
Well, the thing is that, as Mark was saying, that you don't really need to point it out. So in the story, it's not pointed out. You know, the moral in that sense, the diversity is not pointed. It's just a story of a child living in a particular place or in a particular situation. And when you read that story, you start trying to understand the child's lifestyle, the tradition or the culture. You're just absorbing it and seeing it as normal. You're normalizing it. It doesn't become something alien or different from what, because your life is different. We live in bubbles more or less with people like our own social standing, own families, and every family has its own way of looking at things. So you're just living in that little realm most of the time. So we don't really get a chance to see what's outside, what life for another child is like. And I think that is what I'm trying to achieve, that how do these children look? And I find that, I was in Bangladesh and I did a story. I was actually watching and observing a class where one of the stories on my website is Who Stole Bhaiya's Smile. It's about a boy who's suffering from depression. And so how the sister is so supportive of his depression when the adults are giving, oh, you should go out and play, oh, you should do this, oh, you should do that, the usual kind of instructions. And one of the children was so excited about that story. She was excited. She thought about it, and then she said, my mother's like that. She immediately, her mother was undergoing depression, and she's saying, my mother is always so sad. And now she learns that she has to be supportive of that, her mother, because she got that message from the sister's attitude towards the brother, right? You just be with the child, you just be with him, you just be with them and go with them. So these stories are teaching you important lessons without you having to spell it out to them.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Very warm good morning to all the esteemed speakers. It was indeed a very enriching session, I must say. So, I am a teacher, and my question is to Professor Mark on behalf of teachers out here. Research shows that teacher attitudes is the key to success of inclusion in the classroom. So, for a teacher, what is that one change that you would suggest that we could make in order to facilitate inclusion through storytelling?
I probably answered that at the end of my talk, and that is, I think, just let them read them stories and let them hear stories. And as Shamim says, don't necessarily elaborate it. I think there are some very interesting things going on in picture books, as I suggested, that, you know, if you think about the way that we read a picture book at home to children, there'll be an 11-year-old, there'll be an 8-year-old, and there'll be a 5-year-old in the room, and we don't hold separate classes for them. So in a way, streaming is absolutely foreign to the way that children grow up. So I think that allowing them to find their level, and as a teacher, feeling confident that, I'm aware that you can only have a limit. In Australia, the cap on the number of students in a class will be 25. You can't be inclusive with a bigger number. My first teaching assignment, I had 42 kids in a class, you know. So thank God things have changed. But if you think of, for example, the wonderful Indian picture book called Duster, which is challenging. This is about a dog who thinks he's a cat. And the problem is when a real dog comes, a real aggressive dog called Buster, the cat actually finds out, the cat's sleeping under the bed and ignoring all this stuff going on. Really, Buster wants to be a tiger. So what picture books are doing there is questioning categories and questioning terms without making it into a lesson. It's turning it into a joke, and children are enjoying that. It's just entertaining, but kind of getting that. So for me, I think one thing teachers could do would be to just let the children find their level in the story, and for it to speak to them in whatever way it can.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello. My question was to Mr. Mark as well. You spoke about how everyone wants to talk and say something and has an opinion about everything. And you also very pertinently asked who's listening. I wanted to ask you, how do you think we can celebrate listening as much as we celebrate talking and voicing out our opinions?
Well, I think, and my two fellow speakers have spoken about this today, I think we need to do a lot of teaching about active listening, about noticing body language, about what does it, you know, my little anecdote about Dr. Kumi's use of kindly do so-and-so, teach them about the different, nuances in language. Teach them to read pictures, to what's going on. Can you just show us, Dilip, can you scroll down to the second slide after this one, please? No, not that one, the next one. This is fantastic. I love this. Okay, so the kids in the class were asked to do, to model their own face. You'll notice that one is absolutely different from all the others. It happens to be one of my grandchildren, and that's the second one from the top on the very right-hand side. It's only two eyes. That week, this child had been given a diagnosis that she may go blind if she doesn't have a series of operations by the age of 20, which may not cure her eyesight. If you are looking at those pictures, you will read what the child is bringing to this experience. She's expressing in her art there her view of the world. So we need to help young people to learn how to read the world, to notice what's going on, to notice that if I put my head on one side like that, it means something. That if I put my head back, if I laugh at a particular point, it means something. That if I am bored, I might kind of like start tapping or whatever. We need to get them to listen actively, to teach them how to listen properly. We concentrate a lot on helping young people to articulate, to speak clearly and subtly. We need to help them to learn to listen subtly.
That's it then. Thank you so much. It was a treat having all three of you together. And yes, how important is active listening? Not when can we teachers teach it? When we listen to children and we are present for children. I think that is extremely important. From what all the three storytellers were talking about, and as I told you yesterday, we are ourselves storytellers with an organization called Wordfully Yours. Charlene does digital storytelling. We do a lot of verbal and with puppets and other things. So as storyteller myself, I know that it fulfills the requirements of what Louis Malagase, the founder of the Reggio Emilia School, talks about, the 100 languages of children. I think that's a poem everyone, every teacher should put up on the cupboard at home, on the cabinet in school, because children speak to us in 100 languages. And we tell them 99 are invalid, only one is right. And that's the one I speak. So I think storytelling really brings in all these languages. It is extremely sensorial, again, because it stimulates all the senses. When Keats talks about the grapes bursting against the palate fine, you taste the grapes. You feel it, you hear it, you see it through the eyes of the writer. So now the very quick question here is, well, now do we storytellers have any future with AI having taken over storytelling? You click the button and there are stories on everything. I strongly feel that AI is again making you a passive consumer of stories, not an active creator of stories. And actually, you'll bear me out, all the storytellers, that when we are in that environment with others, and stories are also for grown-ups, obviously, all of us love stories. The mirror neurons make us connect with our heart to live people and not to bots, not to robots. So I think it's okay once in a way to bring in a story which is there on the net or on YouTube, especially when there are great, great writers like Mem Fox actually narrating things, and she does it so brilliantly. Byron Katie, all of them. Tiger is absolutely my favorite. So if we teachers really invest time in going to the libraries and finding out what is this children's section all about, and then there are so many books we need to read and need to add, I think AI doesn't stand a chance there. Okay, so having said that, a huge thank you. Mark, I do not know how many parties I owe you when you come to India, because you've done so much for us at every GGPS. Thank you, Shamim. We two have worked together. Shamim is a lovely writer and a lovely human being as well. And of course, my old newfound friend, we met about 45 years ago, and now we're meeting again. And it just seems to be that we've always known each other. So, great storytellers, great work. Thanks to all of you. Virtual hugs to Mark and to Shamim, and an actual hug to Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Was over. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed listening to each other and to
All the
meeting
best.
audience. Bye, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Kumi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
One thing storytellers can't resist when you tell a story, I think of another story.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you. God bless you. And now we break for tea. I'll share it later. We break for tea, and 11 o'clock sharp, we start our next session.
So, welcome back, friends. Before we begin this session, I need to take permission from ma'am for something. Diligently for the last 2 days, we've been following protocol. We've done all the formal introductions. I tried to be a good girl. Okay. Just 5 minutes ago, I was speaking to my young friend Namrata here, and I was just wondering what a lovely art lover's dream these last 2 days have been. For those of us who love the arts, for those of us who believe that the arts is as essential to life itself, we've had a feast. Artists, photographers, illustrators, theater people, dancers, storytellers, and now poetry. Can life get better than this? I don't think so. But this session is going to be slightly different. As you can see, we have two wonderful ladies sitting there. So I'm going to introduce both of them. Now you'll wonder, why on earth do I need to introduce Kumi ma'am? I need to. And when I do, perhaps you'll allow me and you'll understand why. First of all, Sampurna ma'am, I must tell you, these last 2 days, including this moment, I'm too old to use the word fangirl, but I think it's a fan lady moment. I mean, it's amazing. It's beautiful. All right, so kindly bear with me if I seem to be just rambling away in a daze of admiration. So Sampurna Chatterjee is a writer, translator, editor, and teacher. Her 11 poetry titles include Unmappable Moves, Space Gulliver, Chronicles of an Alien, which she wrote during her Charles Wallace India Trust writing residency at the University of Kent, Canterbury, and The Fried Frog and other funny, foodie, freaky, feisty poems. Even the title so fascinating, which has gone into multiple reprints. Her poetry collaborations include Over and Underground in Mumbai and Paris with Kartika Nair. The Byabachka. I wanted to ask her this pronunciation before we began, but I'm so sorry.
It's Bhaba Chaka.
Thank you. Thank you. There you have it, friends. And other wild poems and elsewhere. Where else with a Welsh poet? Another difficult word. Wordy-gurdy boom. Have I done justice? Thank you, Lord. Chatterjee's translation of Sukumar Ray's poetry and prose is a puffin classic. Her translation of the selected poems of renowned Bengali poet Joy Goswami won him the first Tata Literature Life Poet Laureate Award in 2014. Her translation of those poems, prose poems, After Death Comes Water, HarperCollins 2021, was lauded as a recreation of the Bangla originals in, to quote, a living voice as inventive and vivid as the English of Joyce, quote unquote. She has read her poetry at Indian and international book fairs and festivals, including the Oxford Literary Festival, the London Book Fair, and Jaipur Literature Festival. Her poetry has been translated into multiple languages, including Arabic, French, German, Greek, Gujarati, Kannada, Maltese, Marathi, and Portuguese. Wow. Her work as an anthologist includes Sweeping the Front Yard, Sparrow, 2010, featuring women poets writing in English, Malayalam, Telugu, and Urdu, and Future Library, a bold selection ranging from Kalidasa and Andal to contemporary Indian voices from around the world. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Okay, so the next task is difficult. Why is it difficult? When it's not every student who has the privilege of introducing her teacher. Second, I lack objectivity, which I'm sure everyone has realized. Though ma'am has given me a bio note, which, out of due deference to her, she still gives me the teacher looks, I will read out But there is something I must share, and I do it very proudly. If you have attended a lecture of Dr. Vivina, two things happen. One, you fall in love with literature forever, if you are not already in love with literature. Second, you fall in love with Shakespeare. I think these two things are a given for any student who has attended ma'am's classes. All right? She continues to inspire and touch many lives that she is blissfully unaware of. GTPS and the joy of learning are a reality for her. It's not a philosophy. It's one that she brings into the classroom. I hope you forgive me.
Do I have a choice?
All right, and now for the formal introduction. Dr. Kumi S. Vivina has 2 PhDs, one in literature and one in education. While it's difficult to describe her in a few words, she's managed to do this, and she writes here, thought leader and transformative educator. Just captures a glimpse of the many things that she does. She is Professor Emeritus, Christ University, India, former professor and head, Department of English, University of Mumbai, author and editor of 14 books and 58 research papers in peer-reviewed, prestigious, national and international journals and critical anthologies. She is the creator of the transformative pedagogy, Technopoiesis, which has made teaching learning relevant and joyful in both urban and rural India and in several other countries. Curator and facilitator of innovative programs in education, literature, personal development, and storytelling. She's been a jury member on both national and international selection panels, member on advisory boards like the International Journal for Canadian Studies and the Sahitya Akademi, founder director of the annual online and offline international global tipping point summits for educational leaders, policymakers, teachers, students, and parents. She's an internationally acclaimed speaker. She has to her credit 3 TEDx talks. She's an award-winning educator and literary critic, founder-director of a storytelling organization called World Fully Yours, which hosts storytelling programs and conducts training workshops on storytelling for enhancing eco-literacy, socio-literacy, and psycho-literacy. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Or maybe I'll just sit here because I've got this. Is that okay? Oh yeah, sorry. Little. Okay, once you put the first slide. Okay, first before we get into the whole presentation, normally I don't carry presentations around. I just carry myself and my bag of books. I have to say that I'm firstly just over the moon being here because I missed the previous edition on eco-sustainability, and in my head it was still the theme, so I was actually preparing poems on that theme. She said, no, hang on, different theme this year. So I'm here with the right theme, and I hope. I'm also here because Sampurna Chatterjee, I was known as Chatterbox in school, and the only way I can keep myself on the grid is by having some, like, putting it out there and somewhat faithfully sticking to the plan. But what I've heard so far is making new areas in my brain light up. And because I've also walked into many classrooms across India and also in Wales, which is a different planet, perhaps in the interaction we could talk a little bit about that, what it means when a live poet walks into the room and what happens, because sometimes it's not all roses. So I think I started by thinking to myself this whole idea of what poetry can do, it also ties back to what Mark said in the first session when he said listening subtly. I think that that's one thing poetry really helps us to do. It helps us to listen subtly. And when I was writing the Tongue Twister book, The Fried Frog and Other Funny, Freaky, Foodie, Feisty Poems, one of the poems, I smuggled a lot of poems which were very serious into a book that my publisher had only one caveat. She said, kids don't like poetry. We are commissioning you to write poetry because you think you can. It has to have the word funny in the title. So I said, why only funny? All the F words I could think of, which would be acceptable, I smuggled into the book. And like Contraband, there is one poem which is called Intolerance. I won't read it today, but it made me think that perhaps one of the things that poetry is that it's the opposite of intolerance. And I would just very quickly take you through some of the things, 7 things, 7 lenses by which we could view our common human heritage as encapsulated in poetry. As a literature student who started writing poetry for children on commission, but wrote poetry compulsively for myself, I think this idea of otherness is something that has been with me since I started writing. The first poem I ever wrote was a class assignment by Mrs. Wood, my class 2 teacher. She said, write a poem on your desk mate, 4-line poem. No, in Darjeeling. And the thing is that this is what happened to me, and here was my first experience of looking very closely at the other. My first published poem, which I was very proud of at some very, very young age, which came out in the Telegraph in Kolkata, was called The Bond. And now I realize that it was about a deep friendship between a black boy and a white girl. And it was about saving. There was something about saving this child, and it was very, very, I mean, it was probably very naive and very, very silly. But I realized when digging deep, when thinking about what you'd asked me to do, that perhaps these seeds were sown a very long time ago. And it seems increasingly important in our times to foreground these themes again. So the 7 themes, there's something there which is a black box, never mind. It doesn't matter, we can make lost in translation. This is what they mean when they say that. So the 7 lenses that I've taken are location, language, identity, gender, disability, food, mythology, and translation. I'm going to race you through all of these. Location, no prizes for guessing where that location is. Grew up in the hills, fell madly in love with this crazy city of ours, and this is really what I consider home. There is a sense of cities being a place of love and of longing, but also of conversation. So for instance, this poem, so tell me, is it hot? Does it rain? Are there places you can sit on a sunny day away from the crowd? Is it beautiful? Is it loud? What do the streets smell like? What do the women wear? Are they pretty? Do you love it? Could you leave it? Will I like it if I come? Alone, away from home, we exchange our cities like vows. And I've realized this one poem, it's a tiny poem, it's traveled into many, many of those languages you heard listed. And there is between our languages, the thing that we think separates us, a great porosity. And every time I read this poem out, I realize that this thing that we do between people, between cities, between languages is really at the heart of our shared experiences, our common human experience. Space Gulliver, which is a poem I wrote in Canterbury, where I really did feel like an alien despite all the English literature, perhaps because of all the English literature. Canterbury Tales, which was taught to us by PP, I remember being in dread of those classes. But when you arrive in Canterbury and you see a particular cathedral standing there like a beacon, something shifts. And I think the gratitude that we feel when we are very privileged. We travel seamlessly across the world. People open their arms, their doors, they're so kind, and that's when this poem where Space Gulliver, who is a kind of alter ego, says, thank you. And what she's thanking you for is the translation. Because in my practice as a poet, as a teacher, translation has really proved to be the glue across everything I do. So when I say thank you, she said, it's really me saying it, for the translation, for the click, click, click of words falling into place, for the clack, clack, clack of the knitting loom. Breath is a silver fog, birds build palaces, cross the lake, join the jungle. I see it. Is that not what you said? So the question of misunderstanding, of accents. Let me try again. There was a city I left behind. It drowned in rain. Insect girls lived in jars. Buildings walked on stilts. The name had a bomb in it, had a mum in it, had a bay in it, had a bye in it. Does that ring a bell? And invariably abroad it doesn't, so it says no. Fragments of a word, brob, ding, nag. That's my Gulliver reference. I beg your pardon, how many languages do I speak? 2, she said, pointing to her eyes and her heart. Just 2. And you? So taking that interrogation back and acknowledging, we take it for granted, our multilinguality. It's only when you get into a monolingual island like the British Isles that monolinguality becomes foregrounded, unless you're as lucky. Oh, I think my presentation has vanished. Unless you're lucky enough to meet other poets from across other languages. As one of my peers in India said, you're so lucky you're not stranded on an English-speaking island, like a lot of Indian writers in English are. So language has a very important role in my life. And I'm just going to say a little bit about the Welsh. Because for some reason, the Welsh and the Indians, there is a thing that happens between them. Northeast has a role to play in it because the Welsh missionaries really did do a lot of work there. They Romanized the script, etc. There's a lot of strangeness there as well. I've realized, though it's written in the Roman language, Welsh, it's totally unpronounceable. So there'll be only 300 L's and some Y's and a W, and you'll be wondering, how do I spell it? If you ask a Welsh-speaking person to say it, and you write it in Devanagari, you can pronounce it pitch perfect. It's amazing. So that was another portal that opened out, and I had the good fortune of doing a collaboration with a young Welsh poet called Eirig Salisbury. Across many interactions, they have a thing called Bara Lawr. And that's exactly how it's pronounced, Lawr. They do their R's in that particular way. So I thought it's some exotic, very exotic thing. And I was like, what is Bara Lawr? And it turns out it's seaweed. So there was this, there was this huge, like, oh my God, it's like Welsh rarebit. I always thought a Welsh rarebit is some sort of rabbit. Turns out it's a bit of cheese on a bit of toast. So between all these misunderstandings, there's a great scope for comic play. I do enjoy doing that in my poetry. So after my disappointment with Bara Lawr, I said, I was irritated with what words cannot do. So I said to myself, this is mid-poem, why not call seaweed 12 o'clock and bread, lamba pav. Now, that we know what that is. We know what that is. And I'm explaining in there, meaning long legs and all, because those poor guys don't know anything. If words have gone off their rockers, then why not knock them off their designated pegs? Why not call a bowl of soup a shorba? Which rhymes with a Greek named Zorba. Why not call a plate a thali? Or hang on, as the Bengalis do, even a thala. Why not say instead of what's up, simply kaizala? Why not call tears kanna? Now, phonetics, vowels, Bengalis elongate their vowels. So we say kanna, but the Tamils say kanna, I think, for deer. So why not call, this is a visual rhyme, not a sound rhyme. Why not call tears kanna, the Tamil word for dear? Why not call mum ai? Hindi also for coming, I'm here. Why not call me, as they do in Marathi? Why not, instead of mango seed, say Amir Athi? And then I pause, oof, and recall with relieved and loopy grin, we can, we do just that in this polyglot world we are in. And I think making this, just taking this, taking the multi-tongueness of our existence into monolingual homes and monolingual classrooms has been quite an experience. If I come to the next lens, which is identity, identity is a box that everybody quickly wants to. It's like being a butterfly for a lepidopterist. They'll stick that pin through your head and they'll label you forever, right? Sternly and fiercely to be resisted through my poetry, and this is something that I also sternly and resolutely pass on to the kids every time I meet them. So this one is really a poem called Girl Adopted. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I believe this presentation will be made available for everybody. It was really about this whole idea of what happens if you adopt a child. And if you adopt this child and you feel that everybody has this thing, oh, I know who I am and where I belong and what runs in my blood, etc., etc. There's so many strangenesses floating there. And really this is about, she could have turned American then, or Norwegian. She could have stayed unchosen, anger collecting like dirt under her fingernails. She could have run away twice often, begging at gleaming cars. She could have drifted, nursing hidden scars. All bone and longing she is for. Your heart beats hard against her chest. So I flip it. And it's really a way, and this is a very serious poem inside this very happy looking, funny, freaky book. So this is also speaking to the adults, because a lot of the times it's the adults who need a reality check on all of this. Gender as a construct which we are constantly deconstructing. I was very easily able to do that because I was the only girl in a boys' school in Jalapahar, St. Paul's School, residential school. Teachers, children were allowed to study there till class 5. Suddenly at class 5, you had to be shunted down the hill to Loreto, where all girls, I'm like, okay. It was very interesting. This is a long poem and it's actually called Boys Men Skinny. It's literally taking me through and hopefully it's a very nice poem to read aloud. I've had, like Sanjana Kapoor loves reading this when she does workshops, and she does a fabulous job of presenting it. It's just about moving. It's literally a bit like innocence and experience. So Boys Men Skinny, where we are really the same as us. There were 2 girls. By that time, there was another girl. We could do handstands without our bloomers showing, and that stopped being funny pretty fast. Okay, and there's all the boyishness of it. Now, that's the first phase. Then was Boys Meant Funny, because suddenly I think they realize that we are a different shape and we look different and we are strange, and they start fleeing. This actually used to happen in the corridors of junior school. They would flee down the corridor as 2 girls in a tide of shrinking boys. We are Moses, we tell ourselves, trying to hide the hurt. They are the Red Sea. That is how we got over that trauma. Okay, somewhere we'd fix it if only we knew how. Part 3, Boys Men Stupid. Look at the way they talk, they walk, they're showing off all the time. What's more, we don't need them because we've got us. Page 4, little bit of adolescence crushing. Boys Men Cute. Look at him, do you think he likes me? Oh, I hope so, please, 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 please let him like me, or else I don't know what. 5, Boys Meant Men. This gets a bit difficult. Not one of them like that cute guy from the boys' school, the one I never got a chance to talk to. Not one of them quite safe. The women know what to do, laughing and bossing them around with pretty painted hands. I am lost and ill at ease, uncertain how to talk, sit, smile, look at men without bruising my face with blood, until slowly the discomfort goes, the fear disappears, the friendly smile walks in, the comradely hello speaks up, and suddenly, boys meant friends. Easy to bum around with friends, share sob stories and silly jokes with friends, hold hands and not fall in love with friends, talk about books you've read with friends, dance till you're a dizzy spinhead friends, good to go home late with friends, sometimes better than girlfriend friends, exactly the same as me friends, only more different than ever before. So, this helped me to also, and this in schools, I've realized this, perhaps this is a very unique experience. Kumi to be like this island where you're really the only one, and then you realize what it means to be othered. And then you have to come back. And I realized that despite the specificity of this experience, the universality of the feelings are still traveling. So that was a very interesting revelation for me. Gender roles, something we are all very aware of. I'm not going to read this one. This is very funny. It's mother and daughter poet. Not a poet, mother and daughter duet. My mother is here. She loves this because she finds it also very funny. The whole thing is about how we... sometimes it's also, and I think children are taught this pretty early as well. You're frozen into a role, and luckily a lot of that is not happening anymore. And this is what girls do, and this is what girls must do, and you must be good in the kitchen, etc., etc. And it starts with all of this denial here. And the mother teaches her daughter, girl, don't you be like me. And the girl says the last thing, I want mother. And she's very like, I'll do anything. Look at the way it ends. You'll get all of it.
All of this is
Yeah.
presentation I'll pass on.
Yes, so you can read and enjoy. Okay, I'm just fast forwarding everything. Basically, after pitying her mother and being like, oh, you're like so, you do all these things and just get a life and all of that. No, I won't be you. Never, not me. But first, I just get my husband his tea. So it's like, I love to play these games. And again, it's about as a poet, one of my greatest joys has been to turn the gaze full on here. Okay, there's no judgment that's going the other way. Let me examine myself. And I do love doing that. Yes.
I have a request here. I don't want to present during this session because I just want her to go on and on. So it's... I mean, I'm talking about how poetry can be taught in very dynamic ways, but perhaps we can do that later because I just love what you're doing.
I'll be able to see it because then I'll miss out on that.
Oh.
If you record it somewhere,
It's recorded.
whatever, we'll take a vote.
I want her to continue. How many of you want her to continue? You want both?
So we'll do it. We'll figure it out. Okay. I'm going to do. Look, as I once put in my Facebook status, speed is my private demon. I'm going to bring out my private demon, and I'm going to speed you through this, and you all can see it aram se. Okay. Disability. Now this is, and I was very moved by what you were saying, and it's one of the things that very difficult because there's so much. There's pity. There's patronizing, there's all kinds of things that happen. The one great disability I have is of sight, and I never acknowledged it till recently, but it is true that my sight is highly compromised. That's the name of my first book, Sight May Strike You Blind, because I think when you see too much, you also are in sometimes danger of going blind because what you see is not that great. But I think the poet's role is also, as is the teacher's role, is to look very hard at the things that hurt. So acknowledging that this is a disability has been interesting for me. This is a poem where I'm thinking about, how lucky those mythological creatures are because they can open their third eye and they can see. I don't have that. Yeah, so that's one of my favorite poets, Borges, who went blind. And I like that picture of him because when you go blind, perhaps you can see better. And that was how I was trying to console myself. I console myself with visions. Left and right are dimming. If only I had a third eye to see me through. I remember, and this is a personal anecdote, is that I remember once some time ago, I don't remember maybe 8 years ago or so, somebody actually said, will you speak? Like it was about writers confronting their disability. And I said, I actually bristled a bit. And that's when I realized that I'm doing something very strange. I'm like trying to say, I'm all right, but maybe I'm not. So I'm glad that I had this chance to actually bring it out into the food. the great glue across cultures. This one, I must read out just a little bit that is not on the screen. Because when we travel, no, and now food is also so contested in our times. We cannot ignore what goes on outside our classrooms either. So food as a place of comfort and food as a place of personal choice, but food also as a way of expressing love in a strange land. Was her name Martha or Marsha, the one with the enchantress hands? A little eager, a little shy. This is in Chautauqua, okay? Upstate New York. Do you remember the place where Salman Rushdie got stabbed in the eye? That's the place. They have a writer's residence, and I was there for a children's authors way back, 2005 or 4. Very gated, very, I hate to say this, but very white in a very strange way. They were very kind, very hospitable, and fed us very well. Was her name Martha or Marsha, the one with the enchantress hand? A little eager, a little shy, I walked into her kitchen that first morning towards the smell of coffee and muffins. I picked up my plate, and the first spoonful conjured up a taste I thought I had forgotten. Curd steamed with sugar and cinnamon, a treat my mother made. The rose geraniums are an Irish thing, she said. I picked that up in Ireland. Her cheeks were flushed. Was it my delight, or was it the heat from her oven? India, America, Ireland, cinnamon, yogurt, peach. You're astonishing, Martha, I said. For Martha it was. And I was so happy and so close to tears. Something about being, and I was 20 years ago, I was like a little, where am I? And it was so lovely. That dish that I mentioned is actually like bhapa doi. We call it bhapa doi. And it was uncanny. She'd given it a tweak. So I was thinking that food is really one of the things by which, and if we embed it in our, we eat it, we consume it, but we don't often talk about it in our poems, in our stories for children. A lot of young writers are doing it. This, of course, came out in 2008, so it's already a very old book. Samosa feud, I thought, would look at the other side of it. There's an old feud that's waiting to be settled. Call us samosa a shingara and the Punjabi gets nettled. Call us shingara a samosa and the Bengali gets mad. While the two of them are fighting, there's a plateful to be had. Same difference, like get over it, guys. So I think all of this, and these poems do very, very well when I walk into those classrooms, because there's stuff about puchkas and frankies and all dosas and all sorts of things. Mythology connects and divides, as we all know. I'm not going to read these poems because I want to hear, but I will tell you why I wrote them. Abhimanyu, and I think of them as sibling poems. A poem about Abhimanyu, the warrior child, and we are afraid to name our sons after you, Abhimanyu. 4-syllabic, beautiful boy. You breached the unbreachable barrier. No one wrote songs for you. And I like the idea that poetry, and this is something that also can be transmitted to the kids when they're writing, is that you enter, everybody thinks that it's only stories that can tell stories. I once did a workshop called Poems Tell Stories Too. So when you enter when you're thinking about what Abhimanyu might have felt when he was inside the Chakravyuh and couldn't get out, it's like the boy who paid the price for knowing what was not yours to know, your mother's sleep, your father's words, bear that unbearable guilt. But I love your name, Abhimanyu, I give it to my fictional son, I'd write his death the way it deserves, etc. Okay, but his unlikely twin is Surpanakha. Because it's like the person, when you think of Surpanakha, what happens to her, something inside me just, my blood boils. And, I'm just going to, are you his 4-syllabic twin is really where it's started. And it says, no one in their right mind would name their baby girls after you, Surpanakha. And so you are Abhimanyu's twin in my book. Only sadder, unsung, unmourned, except by me. In one corner of my forest of words, you gleam, intact and gorgeous and loved. So I think this whole idea of, what is the definition of beauty? I think that is something we need to challenge a lot. Translation is a bit of my great love. Does anybody here in this room know how to read these words? Yes, I can see you. Yeah, Bolona, say. Will you read out?
Sushmita.
It's been really long, but বন্ধু ভাই ভগবান ভবঘুরে ভালোবাসা.
And this comes out of a poem called 5 Different Words for Love. Okay, so Bondhu Bhai Bhagavan Bhaboghure Bhalobasha. I think most of us get it already. Bhaboghure is vagabond. And this is the first time in my English speaking brain and world and mind I seeded in these words and I did not translate them. Okay, so I retain that bit of this thing. This I'm going to again go very quickly. My project with Eric Salisbury was about exchanging words and cultural concepts and writing about the other's concept. So cholo is a word in Bangla. Cholo isn't hurry up unless it's said twice over. Okay, this is my poem. Ha, cholo. This is my poem because I know it. Okay. Look at what my friend Eric did. When poets gather poems on tongues and the crowd is ready, cholo chums. When your mate's behind and needs a push, your bus is arriving, cholo mush. And mush is a Welsh word. It's like a happy word for a buddy. There's another word here called dayao, which I heard a long time ago. This is Eric's word. So he knows this word from the inside. So we are literally doing inside, outside. It's a very good exercise in class, where you make people sit in pairs, you exchange words, and each writes a word from the other person's language with no explanation given. You're just going with the sound, you're creating freely, and you're reaching a place which is a third thing, a place of confluence. So dayao it's what you tell a friend who tries your awkward language on for size and finds among old hats a crown that fits just perfectly. Dayao. That's how they pronounce it. I'm not going to read out my poem on dayao. What I am going to say is, they are a gift from far away, each word ringing like a chime. My friend from Wales taught them to me, and now I use them all the time. I would love you to join me in saying dayao, which really means that it's great. And thank you. Or dhonnobad.
Unlike sensible people like her who can sit, I can't sit. This is the longest one can sit. So you please, oh yeah, absolutely. So, yes, the most joyful form of literature is poetry, to me, personally. And you can guess why. What a novel, I love novels, I love all of literature. I'm manic about it. But unlike a novel which says something in 700 pages, 200 pages if you're very lucky, or maybe Ulysses, James Joyce in 1,000 pages, a poem can say the same thing in just a few lines. And with rhyme, rhythm, repetition, everything that's coming in. Now, how many of you, very, very honestly, I'm not going to tell your principal, sis, if you are not a principal, but how many of you here love reading poetry and read a lot of poetry? How many of you? Do you read half a poem? No, you read a whole poem. So then please put your hand right up. Wow. Yeah, you don't have to. But I am all my life trying to contest this poetry phobia, as I call it. And that stems from our education system. It has nothing to do with poetry. It stems from people like us who call ourselves professors, teachers, who feel we hold the meaning to the poem. I know the PMO poem. I know what it means, guys. The dead poet or the living poet, usually a Brit or a white, actually whispered the the right meaning into my ear, and I am the repository of meaning. You can't think. Sorry. Here are the alliterations. Here are the rhetorical questions. This is the iambic pentameter. Of course, very mediocre people like you can't write poetry. Rubbish. Everyone can write poems. I write a lot of poems, especially when I'm in pain. And they're cathartic for me. I don't publish them because they're so personal. But every single person can write poems. And children start out like that. But then they are not going to write in iambic pentameters. And why should they? We don't speak like that anymore. Much as I love Shakespeare, as she told you, I wouldn't be able to write. Neither could T.S. Eliot write in iambic pentameter, so he chose an earlier form which suited him to write his most brilliant play, Murder in the Cathedral. So the first thing we need to get over is this poetry phobia. If you listen to one of my favorite California poets who's talking about, it's a complete self-help book. And it's a poem with so much rhythm. I wish I had the time to do it, but there's no question. But poetry your own talk is rhythmic. It may have a certain kind of rhythm, but it's still rhythmic, usually. Now, the next question that we teachers have. Can poetry be caught or can it be taught? Any responses quickly? Caught. Taught. Who says caught? Who says taught? Caught, how many hands up? You either get it or you don't get it. How many people say taught? I think it's both. I think initially I would like you to hear a poem, to respond to the words. I call it the magic of words. To respond to the magic of words. But then the finer nuances, and again, when you are teaching, if you don't teach it in an authoritarian way, but you say, what does this word mean to you? What does this metaphor mean to you? You have such a plurality of interpretations, which only enriches the poem. I do not remember having taught a poem. I don't do that. It's dictatorial. I think it's unethical. Because literature is an art form. And an art form will mean something very different to you. You are not going to bonk someone on the head saying, you better like Mona Lisa. Why do you do that? Why does a board insist on a right interpretation? What is this right interpretation? I've never understood it. People ask me, how do your students then face exams? Well, I understand that, so I do make a little compromise. We have fun doing all this in class, and just during my last session with them, I say, guys, for whatever it's worth, this one interpretation is to be held sacred because these people have decided that it's sacred. Not that I have decided or you've decided. But I do not deprive them of the joy of coming up with their responses and responding to, again, I'm using this term, the magic of the word. Do I sound too enthusiastic? Sorry. All right. Constantly we are talking about deep learning and surface learning. What kind of learning, very honestly, are we encouraging in class when we are doing poetry? How many of you feel we are doing surface learning? I think we're just doing surface learning because we are concentrating on what is required. The theme, the tone, the poem. I mean, all of this just is so mechanical. Deep learning can happen. And how many of you here know a very simple sonnet, a sonnet 14-line poem by Wilfred Owen? I think most of you know it. That's why I chose it, Futility. How many of you know this poem, Futility? Oh my God. I just see 4 hands up. Okay, so can we have the poem, please? And I'll show you how I teach it in my techno-poetic manner. Remember in the first session, I just touched upon and I named technopoesis. I'm going to demonstrate very quickly to you. So can we have the poem, please? Yeah, no problem. Futility by Wilfred Owen. Move him into the sun. Gently its touch awoke him once. At home, whispering of fields unsown, always it woke him, even in France. Until this morning and this snow, if anything might rouse him now, the kind old sun will know. Think how it wakes the seeds, woke once the clays of a cold star. Our limbs so dear achieved, our sides full nerves still warm, too hot to stir. Was it for this the clay grew tall? Or what made fatuous sunbeams toil to break earth's sleep at all? If I were to do this poem with you, I would need at least 2 hours minimum to really get into the beauty and brilliance of this poem. But we do not have that kind of time, so I will very, very quickly outline how I will do it. But would you tell me, any of you here, you don't have to be literature teachers. All of us are using words, right? So any of you here would, it's very obviously what kind of poem? I'm not asking about the form. The form is a sonnet, okay? A 14-line poem. All right. But what is a poem about? It's about World War I. Wilfred Owen himself fought, and unfortunately, he died 3 months before the war ended. And he wrote this poem about the reality of war as experienced by him. Now, if you were to teach it in class, you would say, well, this is the theme. I'm not in any way denigrating teachers. Please don't mistake me for that. Because that's the way the board requires it. And we have to prepare our children for the board exams. B-O-R-E-D. Sorry for the bad pun, but it can't be helped. So I would do this poem very differently. So let me outline that. The next slide, please. Next. I talked about bringing about a change in consciousness. You remember on the first day I said that in all my work, I concentrate on the 3 C's. One is content mastery. You remember my story about ChatGPT, how it gave a disastrous meaning to a poem, and then I had to say, sorry, buddy, you're wrong, and ChatGPT was completely wrong because I had content mastery. So you can't compromise on content mastery, but we do it in learner-centric ways, all right? So content mastery, competencies, again, so many things and so much is required, academic and personal, when you are dealing with your regular so-called studies. Second, competencies. Third C, change in consciousness, to me the most important. As I said on that day, self versus other would make me feel threatened by Sampurna, would make Sampurna feel threatened by me. Though we've achieved so much in our own respective ways, because that is fiercely competitive, individualistic thinking, which is stupid, because no human being can be everything, but we can be something, right? So replacing that self versus other consciousness with a self and other consciousness, with an all is self consciousness. We said sourceful intelligence does this. Sourceful intelligence is a dual capacity that we human beings have of understanding and experiencing, not only at the cognitive level, not only at the cerebral level, but experiencing our humanity, our uniqueness and our oneness simultaneously. Yes, continue. The upper layers of our mind in Jungian psychology make us aware of our differences. The deeper layers of our mind make us aware of our oneness. Okay? So we human beings would not be able to even identify or empathize with each other if we did not have both these capacities. Thank God we are unique. God didn't say, I think man needs fruits. Let me make an apple and finish it off. Look at the variety in nature. Thank God for it. All of us are different. But today there is one big danger. Now we make all our children feel very special. Meaning the parents, of course, put a crown on the heads of their little babies and say, you can't hurt my child's feelings, etc. I won't get into that. That's a very sore point with me. I mean, where's the grit? Where is the resilience? Not that I think there should be cruelty, but I mean, let them fight their own battles. Oh, my baby, you said this to me. You write a memo to the school? What rubbish! If I did that, and I was always a very naughty kid, so if I did that, I would get 3 more whacks from my mother. Okay, so let's get on with it. So this is our human capacity, and thank God we have this capacity. This book won me international recognition in 2013 and got me selected among the 18 best educators. So let's continue. No bragging. The idea is to transition from a self versus other to a self and other to an all is self. Now this seems very wonderful, very pious, very beautiful. How do we transact this in the classroom? Next slide. Through technopoiesis, I'm going to deal with each of them very, very quickly because we don't have the time. Relate, stimulate, which makes us aware of our uniqueness. Collaborate, act of sharing, collaboration, self and other. And the last one, unify, that all is self. Now, all is self is not, again, a wooey mystical idea. We've talked about Satchitananda, but it's talked about in all ancient wisdom traditions. It is what quantum physics is telling us about particle entanglement and how, at the superficial level, we are all different. The quantum scientist David Bohm calls it the explicit order, whereas at the deeper implicate order, we are essentially one. And this is pure science. I won't get into that either. Now, as teachers, any subject that we teach, next slide, has to ask only these 5 questions, and you have created expanded consciousness at the end of it. Relate. Why should this be learned? How does it connect with the lives of our students? I mean, why should I learn Shakespeare who spoke in Di Dao Do Dao Dum? Why? Just because you think I should learn Shakespeare? No. I was called by an IB, one day an IB school principal called me up and said, ma'am, can you do something? My children hate Shakespeare. Impossible. Impossible. I'm going to be there faster than the wind. And I ended up there with a fun PowerPoint presentation called, Boy, that cool dude Shakespeare still rocks. And you know how 11th standard and 12th standard kids are rolling their eyes. I mean, come on, tell me that again. Not really. And I looked at the girls and I told, girls, how many of you here would like to be told, Aati kya khandala? Or would you like to be told, 2 of the fairest stars in all the heavens, having some business to entreat your eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return? I won't bore you with Shakespeare, but the girls went all soft. I knew I had the girls. I asked the guys, how many of you here believe in totalitarianism, in intolerance? No, we don't. Exactly what the cool dude said. Hath not a Jew eyes, hath not a Jew senses, affections, passions, if you tickle us to be not laugh, etc. And I knew I had the guys. Then I said to them, I'm going to do nothing. I don't know what play you're doing, which of course I did. But I said, now you give me an emotion, I give you Shakespeare. Let's start. And they start with jealousy. And I gave jealousy that green-eyed monster that doth muck the meat on which it doth feed, etc. I told them some quotes from Midsummer Night's Dream, also about jealousy. So ambition, the vaulting ambition of Macbeth, despair, tomorrow and tomorrow, confusion, to be or not to be. Tell me, I'll give you Shakespeare. And we had so much fun. I thought I'd done a great job. But when I went out, next week the principal phones me and says, ma'am, you've created a problem. I said, oh my God, what have I done? So she said, I have only 2 months left and the children are saying not one play, now we need at least 2 plays of Shakespeare. I said, if I overstimulated them, now that is your problem. What did I do? I did nothing. I made them relate. The first step. Get back to the questions, please. Relate. I made it relevant to them. That makes them feel that you are not being authoritarian on forcing a mandated curriculum down their throats. All right? I'm not saying set induction. I'm saying make it relevant, if possible, even make it real. Stimulate. How can we stimulate learners with different learning and thinking styles in order to inspire them? I hate the word motivate. Motivation comes from outside. I'm dangling a carrot. And enable them to master the content. Yes, the content mastery will come once you have done your relate correctly. And here you are working with all their multiple intelligences. At Sister Gloria's Auxilium School, Patak School, and several others, we have done these as intensive workshops of 3 days. Collaborate. What can we do to encourage preferably transdisciplinary research work through group activity? So maybe her poem on food could really bring in a bit of geography. Where are the ingredients coming from? A bit of history, who first thought of them, actually making the food, if at all that's possible. So that makes it real. I was given, as a social studies teacher in the first school I taught in J.B. Pettit, I was asked to teach Europe. And I didn't know any of this at that time. And I made it so real by getting photographs, so the visual spatial children enjoyed that, the dances, the music, which I'm absolutely mad about music. So brought all that in, and then we asked the parents to come and cook. So it became a real experience for them. And that is collaboration. That is collaboration. You bring in anyone. A physics teacher may be able to tell a story on something that you are trying to teach. But don't do all these gutties and butties, and she got the prize. She got the best teacher prize, so why should I give my ideas? That's all stupidity, huh? Don't waste your time on that. How can learners be led to act at home or in the community on the basis of their learning? Now, this is very important. This is often misunderstood as bringing in an activity. This is not an activity. This is action. How does knowledge translate into action? Okay, and the last and the most important, how can learners be led to think in inclusive ways and experience, not just cognitively, but experience oneness? So when I do a poem about Tennyson's Flower, which I just demonstrated, flower in the cranny wall, I pluck you from the cranny. And the kids say, oh, Tennyson killed that flower, because the next poem I'm reading to them without giving them any clues is Basho looking at the Nazunas blooming on the hedge. You get it? I'm not giving them anything. They say, but this other poet, they didn't know he's a Zen poet. The haiku poet is just admiring the beauty of the Nazunas blooming on the hedge without plucking, without killing them. All right? So that is that feeling of oneness. And then you don't need special classes, for God's sake, in social, emotional intelligence. You're doing all of that here, aren't you? You're expanding their consciousness. How would we do that with futility? I'm not going to really bore you with the details. I'm not going to do the analysis much as I would like to, because there's absolutely no time for it. In Relate, probably, I would start, this is again, not cast in stone. This is the way I would do it. You would do it differently, and thank God you'll do it differently, okay? So Relate. Think about the wars in the world at the present moment and answer just one question thoughtfully. Can a war ever be won? Okay, now you've done your Relate. Stimulate. You tell them that what you are getting in this poem is a subaltern's reality. A poet who actually went to the battlefield and fought, not a poet laureate like Tennyson who sat at home and wrote half a league, half a league, half a league onwards, all into the valley of death wrote the 600. No, that kind of jingoism, that war jingoism is rubbish to a person who's actually fighting in the trenches. So you bring that reality in, and then you do your detailed analysis the way your board wants it, with theme and tone and form and language and poetic devices and all, but put it more as questions than as giving. Because if you give, the class will have one interpretation. If you do it as questions, there'll be multiple interpretations to enrich it. Okay? Then you bring in collaborate. Collaborate, you divide them into 4 groups. Give one group Tennyson's Charge of the Light Brigade. Ask the more bodily kinesthetic children will opt for this. Ask them to do a mime or dramatization of this poem. All right? Then reading and discussing another poem written by the same poet called Strange Meeting. A very powerful poem in which the British and the German soldier meet. Where would you think? In heaven? No, they meet in hell. And then they realize they've been cheated into killing each other when they had absolutely nothing. And again, the rage of Wilfred Owen is so controlled in this poem. Then I would bring in war paintings, one group, with Pablo Picasso's, the most famous painting, Guernica, which is about the Spanish Civil War, as you would know it. Paul Nash's The Menin Road. Then Ivanovsky's Battle of the Chazma Night. I love painting, so I would bring in painting, and whichever group is more inclined towards visual spatial learning, that group could opt for it. They decide on their groups. I'm not going to make them into groups. Act. Can angry, greedy, jealous people create a peaceful world? Question 1. Now, a more important question. Are we ourselves free of these emotions? Examine yourself and think of only 2 ways of managing your aggression. Just 2 ways. That is act. Finally, unify. In this stage, I would talk about the other forms of aggression, which is passive aggression. It could be trade tariffs, which we are seeing just now with Donald Trump, weaponized bureaucracy, visa denials, information leaks, cyber aggression, misinformation campaigns, and the list could go on and on and on. Now, at the end of the day, what you've done is you've done much more than the poem. Would you agree with me? And it's not something that can be done. I've often been told only you can do it. It's stupid to say that. I encourage people to sit in groups. I had 125 people in Kuwait, and they were so resistant to the idea because each one is used to making an individual lesson plan. And I said, no, sorry, I'm the dictator here. Get into groups, and they had so much fun. And we had physics teachers and football coaches and all sitting together, and each was contributing something very, very useful. So then you contribute to their plan, they contribute to your plan, you create a win-win situation for yourself. There's no question of teacher burnout. If I'm not burnt out at the age of 69, I don't think it's ever possible. So I think if you really work with the magic of words, all your 21st century skills are being addressed. Critical thinking, yes. You can't ever do a poem without, as Coleridge would say, dissect and dissipate in order to recreate. The recreate brings in your creative imagination. All of this, every single one. You talk about collaboration as a skill, you talk about communication as a skill, you talk about empathy, all your 21st century skills are addressed. All your social emotional learning, the empathy that you feel. Again, in the assignment, I would have a very different kind of assignment, of course, keeping in mind the board requirements again, unfortunately. So there would be straightforward questions on the poem, the theme, tone, language, stylistic devices. But then you could introduce a question like, imagining yourself to be a member of the immediate family of the young boy who lost his life in battle, write about it. Write either a poem, a story, a monologue, or lyrics of a song. Create a painting or a graphic artwork or even a digital artwork. Choreograph a dance, expressing your emotions of pain. So the more bodily kinesthetic will go in for the dance, probably, the more visual spatials for the paintings, and the more verbal linguistics for these. When you have done this, you have respected the students, you have honored what they have come into the classroom with, their uniqueness and their oneness. So I don't think I'll continue with that anymore, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take those questions. And so with Sampurna, yes, if there are any questions, we'll take them now. Yes, the mic there, please. No, but YouTube won't catch it. Sorry.
Kumi, the question is for you. I see the flow of the steps, but would you please say just a wee bit more about how it's helpful to go from the first step to the second? Because often we get so excited and we jump all over the place.
Yes, I tell you, there is a certain kind of logic to it. It is not rigid. Of course, it's contextualized. This is a technique that I've taught my rural teachers as well, and it's being used in 30 villages in Maharashtra. So there's nothing like rigidity. Relate to your life. Relate it to your immediate surrounding. That's why I said that, I would probably do this, but every single person here would create a different relate. Now, why is it important to start with relate? Because it becomes a hook to draw me in, to draw your students into it. If it's not relate and I've already lost interest, then nothing much is possible. All right? That's the way I feel. Then when you stimulate, the maximum time that I ask teachers to spend is on asking questions and making them think, and dialogues and debates, do anything and everything to make it interactive and at this stage, really thought-provoking. One of the things that we keep talking about and which we don't do in our educational system, I'm sorry to say this, is critical thinking. We keep crowing about it, but where do we allow critical thinking to flourish? That's the question. Second step. So because that is the requirement, so you spend time, but to also make them understand how beautiful it is to work collaboratively and in a transdisciplinary manner so that your subjects don't have to be in silos, right? So that makes your work again, you're taking them with each step, you're taking them to a different level. Then all this seems great and grand, but how do I really live it out? How do I walk my talk? That's the act stage. Extremely important. I mean, your value-based education book may have a chapter on honesty, but the kid goes home and the mother will say, "Beta, bol de main ghar mein nahi hu." There, it goes for a toss. Oh, it's just something you do in the classroom, you write in the exams, teacher is happy, gives marks. So this is very, very important. And then you take them even further to the ultimate stage where all is self. So if you are a Muslim and you are being harmed by someone, even that other person is also you at the level of quantum reality. So what are you talking about? Why can't we celebrate differences instead of being so uptight about them? So this is, it's always been my conviction as a teacher that if education doesn't make you a better human being, it's failed. It may sound extreme, but this is my conviction. Okay? Yes, there.
Yes. Today, when we walk into a classroom, it's not just the teachers or let's say the administration that is so hell-bent and focused on marks. It's even the students. Their thought process is, even when you're starting a chapter, when you want to engage them, you want them to interact, the first question that you'll hear is, "Miss, would this carry any marks? Would this come in the exam?" How do we break that mindset within the student? Forget parents, forget coming to the parents, but even the students sitting in class, how do we break them out of that mindset that everything is not about marks?
It's just walking the talk. You just have to be yourself and say, ask yourself the same question at the end of my class. Try that. I do a lot of parent education also. And parents are not the monsters that they are made out to be. They're just very confused people who think that Google has all the answers or ChatGPT has all the answers. They are also trying to do their best for the kids. And what they don't realize is that sometimes they're messing things up. So again, we need to reach out to them with compassion. And I don't know, that's the thing I live by. So I tell them, you have this question, great, legitimate question. Ask yourself at the end of it if this is going to help you. And then they themselves say, yes, in an office situation, if I'm going to be a chartered accountant, as my father says I should be, then this kind of thing would help. I said, yeah, you've answered it. Right? Okay?
You have a question. As a beginner, which book you will recommend to us for if we want to read books of Shakespeare?
Read the plays, all 37. Read the poems, all 154. No, I'm being mean. Actually, read the synopsis and see which one grips you the most. Start with that, and then you'll get hooked. You'll get hooked for life. Okay? Absolutely. Yes. You don't want lunch today?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Really liked your concept of technopoiesis. Us as pre-teachers, interns,
yeah. Pre-service.
We have been asked to use Bloom's taxonomy in our So that too follows a certain pattern. We find it very difficult to implement something like that in our classrooms given the time constraints of the period that is provided to us. So, ma'am, your method of teaching that you told us about, what do you think in terms of time constraints, if you're talking, how do you think we can...
Brilliant question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Firstly, Bloom's taxonomy is a contested taxonomy because it says you have to, the human mind does this first, this first, this first, and he puts understanding last. It doesn't happen that way. The human mind is extremely dynamic, and several functions happen simultaneously. Therefore, Bloom's taxonomy is no longer being used. But never mind, till your B.Ed syllabi gets revised, you'll have to live through it. You'll have to do it, but don't do it once you've finished your B.Ed and got your degree, dear. Don't ever do it again.
Okay, ma'am, noted.
Good afternoon to both of you. And I'm Dr. Gauri Bhatia, and I would just like to say that it was enthralling to see both of you and speak on it. As a mother of a 5-year-old, yes, we do read a lot of stories to our children, and I'm also a pre-service teacher, so basically a science teacher. So a lot of literature out here, and I must say that you, in a way, have inspired me and certainly made me a fan of Shakespeare, as was said in your bio note. Certainly. For a science teacher, I think that's a victory. But coming back to the question, we do read a lot of stories to our children, probably as students and certainly as mothers. How do we introduce poetry to 5-year-olds or 3-year-olds and progress it further? Because it happens to give a lot in a very concise manner. Like
I have an answer, but to let the poet answer first.
No, actually, there's a lot for me to learn here. You know, there's children, I mean, I've seen a lot of young mothers do this where they put iPad in front of their kid and there's some sort of animation which is reading a nursery rhyme. Okay, it is the death knell of anything that poetry is supposed to be. I can only answer this very anecdotally. There is a reason why I became a poet. I heard it first before I read it. I didn't know how to read. I heard it. And how did I hear it? Because my parents were both teachers. I heard in 2 languages, English and Bangla. So, Abul Tabul Shukumar Rai, the words were in my head from when I was that high. Gandha shuke morte hobe, e abar ki allad. So I knew them by heart before I ever knew that 25 years later I will translate. It was inside me. The reason I became an English language poet is because my father had these records. You would have gotten along so well with my dad, Shakespeare fiend. So even at home, before I knew there was a person called Shakespeare, come, let me clutch these. This is a dagger I see before me. So at dinner table, there's knives and cutlery. Baba's saying, is this a knife I see before me? The handle towards my hand. I'm thinking, wow, okay, so this is not cutlery. It's something we can, do things with. So in my head, not one of my parents, one of whom is here, my father passed away 1.5 years ago, but the spirit in the house, the guiding guardian spirit of the house was books are magic. They were there all around us. Nobody told me read. In fact, they would say, please don't read so much. You're ruining your eyes. Or if they said, don't read that, I would immediately read it. So they never did it, okay? So one is by example, of course. Second is hear it before you need to be literate to see it. And there is a lot out there. There are audio. I find audio very beautiful even for me because I have a disability with my eyes. Poems for children, they come in all sizes and shapes and all, some very interesting thing. What I still find is lacking in our Indian curricula, it's changing a little bit, is the inclusion of contemporary poets in the syllabi. So like I have a few poems of mine floating around in the IB syllabi, and that makes me very happy because somewhere somebody is seeing a poem that relates to his or her or their lives. I want to say this quickly because the one connection between you and me, I've figured it out when you were talking, is how can we undo what teaching has done, what the disservice that has happened to poetry by people who don't love it and who don't have the passion to pass on. All right, so if you see this book, I'm sick of learning Lochinvar, I'm sick of Robert Frost, kept stopping by those snowy woods, why didn't he go get lost? That is the first poem in my book for these kids because they're like, I feel your pain. And I love poetry. But I've been there, no, where daffodils, I don't care if they're pretty. I'd rather read a wicked poem about living in my city. Then people say, is that a poem even? It rhymes. So I think surprise, hear it, spell it, speak it, love it, and somehow the contagion is going to pass through. And there's a lot out there for age group wise. Shel Silverstein, I like a lot. I love Abul Tabul. Shukumar Rai is available in. I used to feel so bad for the non-Bengali world because they could not access this deep richness. And fear not, I beg of you. Fear not, I beg of you. I can't remember the second line because I'm caffeine deprived. Basically, it's a wonderfully rhymed poem about a person who threatens to eat another person up. Okay, and this has not come from some Western construct. It's somebody who's written it in Bangla. It's fabulous. So I think if you search, one last thing, sorry, which is about interdisciplinary. That's another thing I realized. Silos. There are two things that are sister disciplines, poetry and mathematics. I believe it very strongly, not because I'm an ace at mathematics, but both of them deal with abstractions. Both of them have signs. Both of them have certain formulas if you need a form that you're trying to construct. Most importantly, both of them are seeking a kind of beauty, pure math. And the reason I know this is because 37 is a prime number, the number of plays that Shakespeare wrote. 37 is the first irrational prime. So when I turned 37, I wrote a series of poems about this number. And collaborating with a young person from IIT Madras, young boy called Anshumani Rudra and we once did a poetry workshop called the Sai Poet's Guide to the Universe, based on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. Because the Sai part, normally in poetry workshops, there would be 10 girls and 1 boy. And he would be getting thoroughly teased. But in that Sai poetry, it's so funny, that's a gender construct, okay? Where people are thinking, isme science hai to ladke ko bhej dete hain. It was so shocking, and after that workshop, I realized that all of this conditioning is coming because somewhere we've got this in our heads that there is a separation. After so many years of working with young people, no, there isn't. It's all of the magic that you're saying. It just needs somebody to unlock it. And you guys are the people who are going to unlock it.
I'll just add to what Sampurna has said. If you actually look around, there's so much. When my son was really, really tiny, I used to read to him Yertle, the Turtle of Salamasaw, all the Dr. Seuss books. And then Roger Hargreaves, the Mr. Silly, the Mr. Men and Miss. And you don't know. He would look at me and smile, and I thought, well, where is the poetry going? Is it even going? It's sinking in. And then there was this flood in Mumbai, and I was stranded in Trivandrum. And he wrote to me, Mom, with lusty sinews I buffeted the raging tide. And I said, all right, this is straight Shakespeare. I never thought he was wanting that. That's it. That's it. You just go on and say, I love poetry and I'm going to read poetry and read it to him in the magical form of poetry. Because as Sampurna said, it's a language of symbolism more than anything else. A poem demands to be taught more connotatively than denotatively. Unless it's a very straightforward narrative poem like, oh, brave Lochinvar has come out of the West. But even that. The Anapest is brilliant in that. But the more you read, the child will, he or she, I don't know, will imbibe the rhythm. And that will become an enchanting thing for the child. So don't just read stories, read lots of poems. Encourage the child to write poems. And even if there are two things, no, don't force them to rhyme, please. Please don't force them to rhyme. And if they rhyme, don't say this is the rhyme doggerel, which is an inferior form of poetry. Don't do that, ever. Whatever they write, after they write, say illustrate it. And you don't try and get the meaning, because you'll never get it. As it says in The Little Prince, one of my favorite books, that this kid has drawn something, and the adults say it's a hat, and to the child, it's a boa constrictor who swallowed an elephant. Allow that. Don't say, stupid, it can't ever happen. Okay?
Sorry, one thing, this thing that you just said about your son suddenly quoting Shakespeare. At one workshop, I remember, there was a Wendy Co poem. Oh, sorry. There was a Wendy Co poem, 2-line poem, okay, which is, my cat is dead and I have decided not to make a tragedy of it. This is a poem. In the same workshop, while traveling to Prithvi Theatre, I dropped my phone and I couldn't find it, so I lost my phone. This is in the early days of when we had the Dabba phones. I went to the workshop and I said, I've lost my phone. And one of the children, who I thought was not even paying any attention, said, your phone is lost, but you have decided not to make a tragedy of it. It was so cool.
So on this happy note, sorry, you have only half an hour for lunch. Please forgive me. Gobble up your lunch and come up. Thank you so much, Sampurna. Just a minute.
Welcome back, friends. As you can see, we're very smart. We've ensured that post-lunch session, nobody sleeps. Activity, so there's no way you can sleep. And that too, art. That's a beautiful combination, isn't it? Well, for those of us who've been here from day one, ma'am is already a familiar face and person. She was our guest of honor. Thank you so much. Today she comes to us as a resource person for something that I'm sure all of us are going to enjoy. It'll bring out, I think, the artist, I hope, in all of us. And it will also nourish, I think, the child in all of us. Right? It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Ms. Vanashri Ghate. Vanashri is a healer at heart and founder-director of Holistic Abilities and Expression for Living, HEAL Foundation. Their vision is to train change makers like educators, healthcare practitioners, and community leaders in evidence-based alternative modalities for well-being and therapy to create a positive force-multiplying influence. HEAL Foundation's flagship program is the Anantara Arts-Based Therapy ABT course designed for health professionals. Since 2017, the course has successfully trained 69 arts-based therapy practitioners over 5 batches, and the 6th batch currently is in progress. Ms. Ghate herself is an arts-based therapy educator from the WCCL Foundation, Pune. She is a Waldorf-trained teacher, curative educator, and eurythmist. I hope I got that right. She is a passionate storyteller and brings a practical and innovative approach to the use of integrated arts to bring profound and lasting transformations among her students and clients. As a certified socio-ethical emotional facilitator for educators and in cognitively based compassion training, CBCT for adults, both programs from Emory University, Atlanta, she is committed to continuous personal growth and evolution. Interestingly, this part is very interesting. In her earlier avatar, Ms. Ghate is a master's in management studies, if you please, from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. She has over 15 years of corporate experience working with various companies, and also, to name a few, there's one, Pennzoil Quaker State, India, before following her true calling. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That was a long introduction, and thank you for that. But one of the reasons that it helps is to sort of, create awareness for alternative therapies, because it's much better now, I have to say, than 20 years back when I started with arts as a healing modality. In those days, we used to be asked things like, "Aap kya craft class lenge kya?" Things like that, So now it's different, and that's good. But still it helps to, set tone. And so I'm so happy here. Thank you once again, Dr. Kumi, to be here among people who, no conviction is needed. It's just that I would like you all to experience a session in arts for, bringing shifts in your consciousness and in your body. So how can we sort of connect with the arts, not with not with our intellect, as we tend to think mostly art. Let's finally connect with it, with our mind and body. So here we are. What I would like to say is, when we communicate and when we do self-expression, in most cases, verbal communication is only 7%. Research has shown us that. Most of our communication is happening through our body, through the gestures, through the sound and tone of voice that we use. And then we add arts to it, the self-expression and self-communication becomes that much more holistic. So as you can see, drumming And because I work with populations that are at the periphery, so to speak, these are vulnerable populations. Most of my pictures come from there. So as you can see, these are special needs children, and they connect so beautifully with drums. You know, the drums are the same size as them, but they won't let go. So drumming, actually, you can see that it aids attention, it improves their sitting tolerance. It's very hard for special needs children to keep sitting in one place, so this is one way to aid that. Then drama and storytelling. So this is on the child is on the spectrum, and it's very hard for them to have eye contact and to actually communicate through other than not using words, because very often speech is also impaired. So it actually improves their imagination, but also expression, because like I said, expression doesn't need to be in words. It comes in many different forms. And finally, visual arts. Of course, all of these help in social connections, but visual arts is special because it actually not just helps social connection, but also it's sensory in nature. So as you can see, these are special needs children working together so well despite their impairments and differences on a work of art. And then when we add the foundation of mindfulness to all of this, how wonderful is that? Because just having the arts by itself is beneficial, there's no doubt. But unless we teach skills that make the cultivation of arts and the experience of art in the way arts should be explored, unless that drops back from our mind, especially in these days, it's more and more that we are, not connecting with our body and our feelings and our sensations as much, not aware of where we are in terms of how we are in the present moment. So to come back into our presence, then that mindfulness is very, very precious. So here you can see when you have emotional literacy as a part of your arts training curriculum, then they help with reconnecting with safety and security. Because each time, whether you are, it's people like you and me not, facing moderate anxiety perhaps, or vulnerable populations, coming back to safety and security when we are slightly dysfunctional is always the first way to go. And then you can access your emotional insights from here. And body awareness. Here what we say is, this catchphrase is catching the spark of dysregulation. This is a spark of dysregulation before it becomes forest fire. So to catch the spark before it moves into becoming a flame and then turning it into huge forest fires, we have to cultivate the habitual patterns to first recognize that a spark is starting. And for that, it requires practice. And mindfulness is what we call a practice of mindfulness, where the word practice is a verb that actually means doing it on a regular basis consistently. Only then can we call something a practice. And we, through our practice of arts, actually then move into self-compassion. So here we are, I'm working with change makers. These are shelter heads and educators of, working with women who are vulnerable, survivors of violence, and they also benefit themselves with the practices of self-compassion, so that then it can be trickled down into the shelters that they head. And here you can see my inspiration, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So basically he's talking of secular ethics in education. He is a greatest advocate of alternative education, an education that actually touches the heart. And what he says so beautifully, the planet does not need more successful people. The planet desperately needs more peacemakers, healers, storytellers, and lovers of all kinds. And nothing could be truer. And so that's what I've done. And as you can see, he inspires so much, love and kindness. These are school children in Ladakh. So the way to get started with all this is to stop talking and actually begin doing. So that's what I'd like to do. Let's all check in. So this is an exercise where we just pause, take a step back from where we are metaphorically, and sort of, if we can, just lower our gaze, because otherwise we are engaged with all the sensory inputs and stimulus that we are getting from elsewhere. So can I invite you to sit comfortably where you are, just gently drop your gaze, and take a deep breath in. And when we take the breath in, our habitual pattern is really to keep thinking our thoughts. Now the idea is not to stop the thoughts at all, no suppression of thoughts, but letting the thoughts sort of take a back seat. Let it move back in the background. And we only connect with our breath. And if it's difficult to connect with our breath, then we can connect with our feet. So focus on your feet as they land on the ground and feel the sensations of the feet, the soles of the feet on the ground, or it will be your slippers or your shoes. If you're barefoot, then the carpet. And just feel those sensations if you can gently rub your feet. This helps us to drop from our constant ruminating thoughts, the thoughts that keep going round and round with our head, causing distress and anxiety. Once we do that, we have come now to our present moment. So now, if we can come here and figure out which of these emotions are we connecting most with in this moment. So if one or two people can just share, if you can just shout out, which of these emotions are we feeling now? Lovely, thank you. Nice. Peaceful, calm, curious, lovely. Anything that's coming up like, I'm not feeling too well, that's also okay. I mean, connecting with discomfort is also a good thing when we come in the present moment. Anyone feeling frustrated, angry about something? All right, that's great. We are all in a good place then. So once we do the checking in, then I would like you to take you through a story. The story is called The Quilt Maker's Gift. There once lived a quilt maker who kept house in mountains up high. Even the great-great-great-grandmother could not think of a time when she was not up there, sewing her beautiful quilt, day after day. Everywhere the sun had warmed the earth, here and there and everywhere, they said that hers were the most prettiest of quilts that anyone had ever seen. The purples and the whites came from the wildflowers along the countryside. The pinks, oranges, and reds from the most wondrous sunsets. And the deep blue came from the depths of the oceans. People came up the mountainside, pockets bursting with gold, wanting to buy one of her quilts. They came from far and wide, but the quilt maker would not sell her quilt. They are for the poor and the needy, she was often heard to say. Now, that land was also ruled by a king who was very powerful, but also very greedy. The king liked nothing better than to receive presents. He loved getting gifts. In his castle, from top to bottom, from one end of the castle to the other, in cupboards and in drawers, in cabinets and in sacks and boxes and trunks, all of his many gifts were stacked and stored. Gifts that were glittering, gleaming, and they glowed. Gifts that were practical and mystical and magical and mysterious. So many innumerable gifts that the king had a list of the lists of all the things that he owned. And yet, the king was not happy. He never smiled. There must be this one thing in this world that will finally make me happy. he would say. Then one day, a soldier ran up to the king, giving him the news of this quilt maker who lived far in the outskirts of his kingdom, but she was still his subject. When he heard that, he was furious. How dare this quilt maker not make a gift of her quilts to me, he said. And then he set off toward the quilt maker's house up high in the misty mountains, trying to make sure he gets hold of one of her quilts. When they all reached there, the quilt maker was peacefully sewing one of her beautiful star quilts, sitting at her windowsill and surrounded by hundreds of tiny sparrows, each of them wearing purple waistcoats, all of them sewn by the quilt maker for them. When the king rushed toward her to grab her quilt, she gently smiled and said, "What is it that you're looking for, my king?" And he said, "How come have you not gifted this quilt to me? I'm here to take it." And the quilt maker told him, "These quilts are only meant for the poor and the needy, and I can clearly see you're neither." The king said, "Do you know what? I have so many gifts, but I have never had a quilt. If you can give me this quilt, I will finally be happy." The quilt maker smiled and said, "What is the use of all the gifts that you have if they don't make you happy? I'll tell you what. If you begin to give away all your gifts, I will finally make a quilt for you. One patch going in for every gift that you make. That's a promise." The king went back in horror. "Give away my things? I've never given away anything. I only take things." "What's the use of that if you're not happy?" she asked. And the king finally registered that. And he said, "Oh, all right." And he muttered to himself like a little child, "If I have to give away things, then I must." And so he went back to his palace and then hunted all around his castle for that one thing that he can finally bear to give away. And he came up with a big, shiny marble. But when the little boy who got the marble laughed his heart out, the king was so pleased he went back for more. And children danced with delight when they kept getting gifts from the king. "How can this be?" said the king to himself. "How can I be happy and smile for the first time when I'm giving things away? Let me get everything out," he said. And in he went, giving away all his gifts to people in the kingdom. When there was no one left in his kingdom who hadn't received at least one gift from the king decided to go out in the world to give his gifts away. Morning, noon, and night, wagons piled high with all the gifts that the king had received through his lifetime went out of the kingdom, while the king went out in the world, trading his treasures for smiles all around. Remember our quilt maker? She had promised that she would begin her quilt for the king. With the very first marble that the king had given, the quilt maker had started her quilt for the king. And the quilt was coming along really well. With each gift that the king made, a messenger sparrow would fly from the king to the quilt maker at her windowsill, and she would put a new patch in. When years went by and a sparrow finally flew and settled herself on the needle of the quilt maker, she knew that the last gift had been given. So she finally put the final stitches on her quilt, folded it, and began in search of the king. She had to walk many miles to find the king. By this time, the king's royal robes were in tatters. Toes poked out of his footwear. But his face and his body was transformed. You could hear his thunderous laugh from meters away. Sunflowers turned their heads each time he laughed. Kingfishers and hummingbirds stopped in their flight to look at the king, and green apples fell down from the trees when they heard his thunderous, joyous laughter. So the quilt maker had no trouble finding him. When she finally saw him, she unpacked the quilt, went up to the king, tiptoed and put the quilt around the king's shoulders. "What's this?" asked the king. "I'm the quilt maker," said the quilt maker to him, because the king had clearly forgotten about her existence. Who is this for?" he asked. And the quilt maker said, "Remember, I had made this promise to you. Your quilt is made specially, sewn in with every patch representing one gift that you made to all the subjects in the world. This quilt is made for people who are poor and needy, just like you." The king laughed once more. "Poor? Needy?" he said. "Oh no, I am the richest man I know." "Nevertheless," said the quilt maker to the king, "this is made only for you." So I wanted to take you into your inner child experience when you heard the story of the quilt maker, maybe a 6 or a 8-year-old child. And what we'll do now is, get in touch with how this story touched us. So there is a line in James Joyce's book where he says, "Mr. Duffy lived a few meters away from his body," accurately representing us when we are not in touch with our body because of the thoughts that we have. So let's now put our thoughts aside once more and get in touch with our body as we get for our next slide, please. Here is what we like to do with the mandala. First, we need to look at mandala here. With the mandala coloring books, many people think of mandala as coming ready-made. That's a good way of doing it, but we haven't put our creativity and our thoughts and present moment experience into the mandala. So mandala really is an ancient tool that in Sanskrit it means simply a circle, or it means infinity. And mandala is generally circular, but not necessarily. It does have a core and a periphery. And there are different ways of coloring into the mandala depending on the objective. So when we move from the periphery to the core, we are sort of finding out what are the external circumstances placing us, and coming into the depths of our heart. But we can also start from the other way around, from the core into the periphery, projecting ourselves outward into the world. So we leave it to your choice how it feels best, but what we are going to do in the mandala is 3 circles are already drawn. We'll draw a few images in each of the concentric circles. I'll just show you how this is going to be. The outer circle will be some images from the story. That, the story is so full of imagery, sensory cues that you take. That is one of my favorites to tell, so that, you have so many hooks to put your mind into. There were many challenges that were overcome, right? What are the challenges that touched you because of your present moment experience? So outermost, put the images from the story that touched you. The center, put the challenges, images of the challenges that felt like was happening in the story. And then there were many qualities that the central character showed. Which of the qualities that you connect with in this moment as a strength? So you can do it anyway. Now, these are some of the images that I have put. For example, people talk of sparrows, they talk of the quilt maker, that is the marble, sunflowers. These are some of the images that people keep coming out with. So in this way, the reason I've put these images is because you don't have to be an artist. You can draw like a 3-year-old with sticks. The key is your expression. So I invite you now to begin coloring as much as possible, using stick figures and filling it in this way. Maybe we have 5 or 7 minutes. Thank you. Oh, that's lovely. If anyone wants to sit here, that's nice. But you all have desks, so that's nice. It's oftentimes, especially with visual art, we feel like we're not artists. So how can we draw? That's okay. In my arts-based therapy course, we encourage non-artists, we encourage the healers and the educators to be part of it, because that's the key, isn't it? We don't need to be artists, we just need to express. You can fill it in with patterns and designs of the quilt as you imagined it. The quilt maker's home, the colors. What gifts do you imagine the king had? 2 minutes more. Yes, if possible. You can just put one symbol or a couple of symbols there, just as a representation of moving in to out or out to in. As you can see, if you are almost toward the end of your art making, is basically, there will be lots of tools, lots of qualities that are available, actually a lot of support in the environment, which is the outermost circle, all the images in the story. That's how the mandala works. And you also have yourself and the strengths and the qualities that you often don't even notice, you're not aware of. That's in the center. But now when you tap into the strength through the medium of the story, some of the qualities that came up in the story, then that gives you the strength. If you see, it's both the outer and the inner circles have challenges in the center. So now you know that you not only have your own strength, which is at this, which you'll always have no matter where you are, but you also have outside support, which is often going invisible or unnoticed by us. That's the way the mandala works, just putting it and creating awareness. Because art actually helps us tap into areas of our brain that words cannot reach. This is true because art has existed. It came thousands of years before language ever came. So even from the evolutionary standpoint, that works. And then there is neuroplasticity, just shifting your present moment awareness, connecting with your breath, connecting with the qualities that you have in the present moment as a strength, actually shifts from your harmful habitual patterns that we all have. And the neuroplasticity is the ability of the brain, the capability of the brain to evolve, shift, and take new shapes based on what we do as the new habitual patterns we develop. So if now our habitual pattern becomes to tap into our strengths, to see what exists outside in the universe that we never saw as tools for cultivating, helping us be better versions of ourselves, despite our challenges, because challenges are never going to go away. I don't think that there would be a moment in our life or a stage in our life where we said, no challenges this time. That's not going to happen. So despite these challenges, how can we work through them? Which is what art helps us unconsciously and consciously to overcome. Right, so I hope that most of the art is done for most of you. If anyone would like to share their work of art or simply share their experience, can I invite a couple of sharings there? Yeah? Would you like to share?
Not the art for sure, but with the outer circle, I've put in the sparrows. I love the idea of the sparrows wearing the purple waistcoats. I can just imagine how cute they must have looked. Then, of course, I've made the king's list. I found that very intriguing that he first collects the stuff and then he documents it. So that long list I have in my outer circle. I also have the quilt, the patchwork quilt which she was making as the sparrows were getting her messages. So it's a patchwork quilt because a patch gets added every time, and a needle and thread. I also have the laughing children. The children as they laugh when they get the gifts. The first marble that he gave away, and flowers. Yeah. And in my second circle, the obstacles. One is poverty, I thought was an obstacle. She was working very hard to, sort of alleviate people's poverty. Then the king's ego. So I've made his crown because I think one of the challenges that he had to overcome was his own ego. So that is one. And of course, the fact that the quilt maker lives very, very far away. So her house is, so it's not easy to earn kindness also. So, I mean, though one had to be poor to get it, but the fact that she lived very, very far away on a very high mountain, so it was difficult to get to her, but then these things don't come easy. So that's an obstacle. And the one quality, the symbol, is pure happiness. So the happiness experienced by the quilt maker in making the quilt, the sparrows around her, enjoying the whole art experience. Then the joy of the children receiving the gifts, and finally, of course, the smile. So my image is just a smile. So the smile that he earned, after he gave away all of that. So that's it.
You've captured so many of the metaphoric messages that the story has. So beautiful. Thank you. One more, perhaps? Couple of more. Yes, thank you.
Mine is gloriously boring because I do not have any ball pens or just ball pen. The outside circle, I got the quilt and the crown of the king. The second one, I got the king with things throwing out like this, which is giving away, and the hoarding, because he has been hoarding for such a long time. Now he is giving away. The center, for those who are familiar with quilt making, it requires a lot of resilience and patience. It's a very tedious job. And so the sacrifice that, the second part of it, the sacrifice the king had to do to get rid of the things that he had, and I put it as decluttering, because I'm suffering from lots of hoarding and cluttering in my house. So somehow the fact that he came to the point to get what you want, the sacrifices you have to make to get what you want, you have to declutter, which the process that's going on in my house currently. So it really touched me. The patience, resilience, and decluttering.
Lovely. What a way stories have to connect with yourself, wherever you might be in life. Thank you for that deep sharing. One more, if anyone would like to, because I saw some hand going up, which I couldn't take. Oh, you'll come? Okay.
So when I started drawing the outer circle, all the components of the story came rushing to me. I began to imagine where the woman would have got her colors from. So I made the flowers, the sun, the birds, the ocean, the mountains. Then I have a needle and thread. So I have a needle and thread here, which is very important to make the quilt. I also made the king, and everywhere I think I made a big crown on him to show how he was very egoistic and how he was very power driven about his position. In this middle circle, I have shown the challenges that he had with giving of the gifts. So there's an arrow here and there's a cross here. Should I give it? Should I not give it? So that would possibly be the dilemma that he faced. And the center of my circle is just a wiggly line going all around. Because I think the most important takeaway from this story for me was the change of heart that he had. So there's a heart in the middle with all wiggly lines of how he would have changed over every gift that he gave. Every gift probably that he gave would have taught him a lesson, and how he changed his personality over that period.
So wonderful, absolutely right. The king was a different person. He didn't recognize himself, and more importantly, he had forgotten why he started out in the first place. That he started out in wanting the quilt and he didn't want it anymore. It wasn't that important. So how wonderful, well captured. All right, so we are toward the end of this workshop. I'd just like us to get into, so I don't want you to get up or anything, but because most of arts is integrated arts, and it helps to move into different parts of the body. So I have a little verse, very tiny verse, that I'd like us to participate in. So if you're holding anything in your hand, just keep that away. And just follow me. It's a small verse in Hindi. And so if you're unfamiliar with Hindi, just go with the sounds. Yeah? All right. So it goes like this. Ek chidiya. Ek chidiya. Anek chidiya. With your partners. Anek chidiya. Anek chidiya. नीले अंबर उड़ती चिड़िया नीले अंबर उड़ती चिड़िया कान में आके बोली चिड़िया कान में आके बोली चिड़िया मन की बात मेरी जानी चिड़िया मन की बात मेरी जानी चिड़िया एक चिड़िया Thank you. So I'd just like to end now with this idea that we like to also check out and find out, remember the earlier thing, are we still there or we moved out? Once again, just staying in our body. That's just the final thing that I wanted us to. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Thank you. Just letting us know that each time just dropping into our body rather than staying in our heads. Just find out where we are from where we started out earlier. Have we shifted or not? And it's not always necessary to name the feeling, but it's good to connect with it. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Any questions or any comments, anything you'd like to say? I missed that.
Hello, ma'am. Myself, Shruti. So, I'm a dance movement therapy practitioner. I am just curious that we usually use music in any activities. So, is there any particular reason that we didn't use music in the mandala activity, or?
You mean in the background?
Yeah, in the background.
Right. So, well, there is not that much. I mean, I could have used it if I wanted, but we believe in arts-based therapy, and especially coming from the background of mindfulness, that it can sometimes be a sensory overload. Sometimes. So we keep it once we know, we are more familiar with the group. Because the whole point is not necessarily to create an atmosphere that is, creating more comfort, so to speak. Because what is the point of, so here, our focus is not necessarily to make things beautiful or make things comfortable and nice. The focus is to be in our body, and if our body is showing a present moment of discomfort, then to connect with it. And many times, the music can actually take away from that experience. So it's not like I gave it a deep thought to answer your question and said that no music or anything like that. But we do take it based on the group. And so I prefer not to have music more than I have music. And my preference is not to have music because there's enough going on around us right now. You heard the story, you were deep into yourself, you were looking at the mandala, figuring out what was going on. There was cognition and body sensation and expression happening. So then I would prefer not to have it. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Exactly, it is. Sometimes it actually puts us out of what we want to do. It's difficult to focus, yes. Sometimes it's, even if it is a great music. Sorry, say that.
Oh, say it again. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so sorry. Okay. It was more a comment that when you spoke about the music, I feel that sometimes when you put a piece of music, you choose it, you might like it. Few people may like it, few people might just hate it.
Yes.
And also, it distracts your mind from the task at hand at times.
And to add to what Marguerite is saying, I happen to know the words of most of the songs and the music. So I'm thinking of that. I'm not in the present moment when there is music in the background. I know the next sound that's coming, or I know the lyrics. So it's really distracting.
Thank you, exactly that. But even if I had Zen music going, for example, just water running, and sometimes, not always, it can be, so unless I'm familiar with the group, I prefer not to have the music, just so that it doesn't cause, and if the music is central to what I'm doing, because sometimes music is central, then of course we'll have music and then we'll work around it. But here there was a lot going on, I preferred not to have it. Yeah, thank you. It was a very important question. See, it came up with so many responses here. Yes. Any other comment or question?
Thank you for this activity. It was amazing what it could bring out of me, because I'm a visual art teacher, and my first thought was, oh, I'm going to draw this well. I stopped thinking about what I need to draw. But as I started drawing, I started realizing what I was actually feeling about this story. Now, my question was that during art class, sometimes when I give a task or an assignment to the class, so I teach grade 1, 2, and 3. So sometimes I play music in the background, and I tell them, just so they don't make too much noise, that I'm going to play it in a very low volume. And I want to hear the music, and I want you to hear the music. So you have to talk in a way that the music and the environment is not disturbed too much, and you finish your work while you also listen to the instructions that I'm giving. So do you think it's okay to play music during art class?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to just bring notice to what you started out with, the performative aspect of arts. You know, you said you have to do it well. That's where you started. That's the difference between what you're doing in an art class and what we are doing in therapy, or, you know, in wellness and healing. So we take the pressure off when we are doing it. We don't have to do well. So I just thought I'll bring that to this. And then the second thing is, you are using music in your class skillfully to keep the class under sort of, you know, regulated. That's what you're doing. That being said, if you feel that some of the children, with your observation, you know your class. This is the first time I'm meeting the group, so my answer was connected to that. So if you feel that your class is better regulated with the music, perhaps if you go back and see, then of course continue with the music. But another way to go about it is, perhaps you continue with the music, but give the choice to the children. What music would they like? No. Given you give them the choices and ask them what. So then that offers some element of them feeling like they're equal partners in the music that's happening. So don't say any music. You know, you can say, I'll play a few, tracks, and you can choose which one you'd like today, just as an option. Thank you. But you're actually doing this skillfully. To answer your question once more specifically, you're using music as a skillful means to keep the class regulated. So that's a good thing to do.
You asking about music, it will distract, no? So when I'm attending Vipassana and other silent meditation. So the not artificial music, surrounding the earth music, there is sound, sometimes we connect it. So that is also music, right? Nature's music, yeah, the sound itself. So imbam, That's called imbam, the earth music. Yeah.
So you're saying
A-
nature's
any-
music,
yeah.
right?
So the water also connected to the music.
Yeah.
So the sound, any sound, it's
Correct.
connected to music, right?
Yes. No, I agree with you
That-
entirely. When in art, music and rhythm is a part of arts that I use. I'm not saying music is a no. Her specific question, if you're still relating to that, is why did I not play music now in this session? So my answer was specific. Isn't that correct? Did I get you right? So it's not like I said to myself, oh, let me not play music. But if I have a choice, I'd just keep it until I know the group better. And by all means, music really has another quality of connecting in a different way than visual art does. So, and your point of nature music is well taken. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Vanishri. We've seen so much of activity in these days. It's also important to keep returning to your center and being balanced. And these kind of activities are extremely important for teachers. I think as you grow used to it, you just need a few seconds to put yourself in a state of alignment and balance. And I don't know how, without this kind of thing, probably you'd feel overwhelmed, because this is an activity which brings you into the present moment without laboring, without pressure. And being in the present is most powerful, because whatever changes you want to make, even in your life, you can only make by being in the present. Sometimes it's okay to look at the past, sometimes at the future. Like when you're driving a car, you are looking into the rear view mirror, but you can't be looking there obsessively, because then if you're only looking there, there'll be a crash. And similarly, most of us are so tied up with the past that, oh, we can't do this because in the past I couldn't, or in the past I had a bad experience. And that stops us from doing a lot of beautiful things and enjoying life. So, and similarly, if you're hooked on the future, you can't be driving your car just looking at the horizon. Both ways there'd be an accident. So just being in the present moment and calming yourself is, I think, hugely important for teachers, hugely important. You agree with me? And for everyone, but particularly for teachers, because, I mean, today teachers are event managers, and they are just about administrators, and they're just about everything. So there is a lot of pressure to constantly be in the doing mode. And this kind of activity puts us in the being mode, if I'm making any sense.
Absolutely. No, that's perfect sense.
Right?
Thank you.
So with that, thank you very, very much, Vanishri. And a small token of appreciation from us. Thank you for being the chief guest, and thank you for running this workshop.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
What do we do now? We start with the next session.
Sorry?
We start with the next session.
My session now, 2-3.
Okay. No introduction, right?
No. So with that, we start the session where I'm going to take some rest, and you are going to create those lesson plans or learning plans, whatever you want to call that. May I have the slide on, please? The word file. So what I would, whether you're teachers or not teachers, it doesn't matter. If you can just quickly get into groups of 5. Some of your groups could even be on the stage. Okay? Get into groups of 5 very quickly. Very, very quick. Come on. Up, 2, 3, 4. Run. Now just imagine, after such a calming activity, I'm making you do up, 2, 3, 4. Please, teachers, hurry up. Get into groups of 5. You'll need to sit around. Come on stage. Unless you can't sit there, and you can use these chairs. Use these chairs, these blue chairs. You can sit around here. Come. If it's going to embarrass you, I mean. Okay, just sit around in groups of 5. So just sit around in groups of 5. Yeah, Susu time. Can we do that? See, if people who can't sit on the ground, please sit here. Others can sit on the ground around them. Come. How are you going to interact like this in a linear way? You can't. Just come here. Is it? Yeah, I don't think it's too difficult for you guys to get up. Come on. Come, sit around in groups of 5. There's so much place here. Those who can't sit can sit on these chairs. You sit here, sister. Oh, yeah, wherever you want, wherever you feel. Are we in groups of 5? How many have created their groups? 1, 2. Do we have a group here? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. How are you going to do this? You're going to sit like this for 30 minutes? Okay, do that. I have no problems. I do that as part of my yoga every day. Okay, so very, very quickly, are we here? Sorry? You're still figuring out your group. You don't have a group? Okay, Biju, can you come here, please, with them? No, let them be. They have 3 already. Anyone has 1 extra? You have 1 extra. 4? Brilliant. Can you come here? Yeah, but then you also come. Okay. So how many groups do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Never mind, you be a group of 3. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, all you have to do, just listen to the instructions, please. Thank you. All you have to do is choose a topic of common interest to your group. It can be any topic. It can be a topic, if you like, from science, maths, English, current news. It can be climate change. It can be, don't take too vast a topic. Be more specific. So choose a topic of common interest in the next 5 minutes, and then think of responses to the following questions. Now, earlier it was supposed to be 25 minutes. We are running a little late. So let's keep it at 20 minutes, okay? Then the last 30 minutes, we will discuss the responses. So there are only 2 questions you have to think about once you have decided on your topic. Question 1, think about teaching the topic technopoetically. And because you are new to technopoesis, all the questions and the 5 stages are put here. The 5 steps, okay? Next, incorporate one or more, sorry, I've written incorporate twice. Incorporate one or more of art-based learning techniques that you have witnessed during this particular summit in the technopoetic learning plan that you've created. Simple. Choose a topic, step 1. Step 2, think of how it can be done technopoetically, covering these 5 stages. And you might find that something that you do in relate is something somebody else may do in act. Even that is possible. But don't complicate matters just now. For the next 20 minutes, think of a topic, think of how to do it technopoetically, and out of these different arts, which 1 or 2 arts can you introduce in your learning plan? Is that clear? Any questions? Any questions at all? As of now, no. Okay. I'm here. So your time starts now up to 2:40. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. You can write it. I'll give you paper. I'll just give you some paper to write on. Very good, perfect. But 2 to 3, it was supposed to be. We started 15 minutes late. Never mind if it eats into my time. But we have to keep to Alison's time. Maybe. I'm very sorry, I didn't understand why at all. Just read it. Just read it, it doesn't matter. You know, I realized I don't have any water during the day. I feel tired. You want to sit with them because they are already 5. No, it's okay. I can't. I have to just my phone on because of person coming in next. Okay. Oh. It is 20 minutes. So, is any group through? Have you finished? Well, if you've not finished, just give me your attention for a minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. If you haven't finished and you need more time, take the time. And what we will do is we will pick up lots and any 2 groups will present. But all groups, there won't be time to present because the earlier sessions spilled over. And only 2 groups will. But the other groups are welcome to sit with me and discuss it before the seminar ends today. Okay? Is that okay? Right. So we'll sit and make those lots. Nina, come. We'll make it simple. We'll save paper. Okay. You are group number 1. Okay. Group. Hi. Group 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, Hello? 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 First things first. Did you enjoy doing this? Now, my next question is going to trouble you. Will you continue doing this in groups? No, fewer people said yes. Okay. So, Biju has picked up magic numbers. He didn't know well, whose group is what. 4 and 7. Oh, you wanted to present 4 and 7. I promised to be with you. I'll be with you if you want to discuss it. Okay? So 4, who's 4? Who's 4? Oh, the seasoned ones. Okay, and 7? Come along. Now between the two of you, you decide who goes first, huh? Come, 4. Because our next speaker is from UK. She's linking up. Wow. Let's see if we have time. See, guys, if you can make it really quick, you don't have to explain anything. Huh? 3 minutes mein hoga? 3 minutes mein hoga? 3 minutes mein hoga? 3 minutes and 3 minutes you can take. Chalo, quickly.
Yes. We are going to do technopolysis of a grade 1 EVS, parts of the body. Yes. So it's a basic parts of the body. As a students already knows in the senior KG about the song poems they recite. So here we are going to sing a poem, okay, with the action, not just a poem. It's not a recitation. It's an action song. So all will do the actions with me. Okay. Head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulder, knees and toes. Okay, so here we can skip one part of the body and we will tell two. Just now I touched the ear and I said nose and touched the ear. So they may get confused. Okay, but they know they are getting mistake in that. So like that we are going to continue with the parts of the body.
So one part of the body will be, this is relate.
Now, you don't start with a song because then it becomes an activity, your usual B.Ed set induction.
Okay, yes.
You have to think of some other way in which you can make it relevant for them why they need to learn.
Okay, so we can tell them to pick up something or yes. Okay. Okay. Some exercise or something. Okay, fine.
Then one part of the body will be skipped and will be asking them if one part of the body is not there, is it okay? Then the natural answer will be no, we want all the parts of our body. So what is the use of that part of the body? We are going to study today the different parts of the body.
Okay, and instead of study, you will try and elicit as much as you can from them. Huh? Don't worry, teachers. I mean, this is an amazing effort. So don't mind me again commenting on it. Huh? Okay, carry on.
So with that, we are going to tell them the uses of the parts of the body by picking something or dropping something or showing the clips.
Very good. Here you can make it as activity based as possible
Yes,
in this section.
In Collaborate, we are going to make different groups and play the games. Like they have to blindfold games or tailing the cat like that.
Okay.
So in
What is
Collaborate,
the
we can
age
form groups. First standard.
Very good. Very
Yeah.
good. Very
And
good.
we will tell them, we will do dumb charades for the ears, identify the songs, so where they will involve their ears. So like this, we can form different groups and play the game.
Okay. Okay. Then.
Now the next is act. Okay, here we will make the students, we will make pairing of the students. Some students will, one part of the body is missing, suppose. So the other students can help them, like this. So we will form pairing of the students.
Okay, act. Yeah.
Act, yeah.
Okay.
And unify means we will coordinate different parts of the body through singing and dancing.
But don't keep to the body. Now move out of the body. No? That's why I suggested move out into the whole ecosystem. One second, please. The natural ecosystem, so that they have an expanded consciousness at the end of it. But fantastic effort, teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next group. Next group.
Ma'am.
Only two?
No. Our topic is birds for pre-primary.
Birds. Yeah.
In Relate, the facilitator will greet the children and start the session with story, The Thirsty Crow. By this, the facilitator will relate the story with birds, with the topic. And then the facilitator will take the children outside, the learner outside, and she will ask them to see in our surrounding or to see up in the sky what they see. The birds are flying, the birds are sitting on the trees. By this, she can relate the topic with the birds. And
But when we are doing our relevance, our relate stage, it should be so sharp that it directly connects with the topic. So here, if you are talking about the thirsty crow, I mean, what does thirst feel like? And do other creatures also need water? What does water do to you? Something like that, basic at the pre-primary level.
Yeah.
And don't waste too much time taking them out and things like that. They already know there'll be birds in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
And in Stimulate, the facilitator will show some picture of birds on AV, like peacock, crow, pigeon, sparrow, etc. Tell them birds have wings, feathers, and hollow bones to help them to fly in the sky.
Okay, now my question is, do you have to tell them?
Yeah.
What is common among them? So the students, get them to do more of the talking. Make it more interactive in that sense. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
In Collaborate, the facilitator will form group of children, and in the surrounding of the school, the facilitator will guide the children to keep some grain and water for birds. Or second, each group, the facilitator will tell each group to bring materials like straw, paper, thread, and twigs. Try to make small nest for birds.
Again, you have to be very mindful of the time you spend on all these activities, because unfortunately we have to cover the syllabus. So then don't plan activities which will take a lot of time. Okay? Okay?
The facilitator will take the children to visit bird sanctuary and will show them different types of birds, like field visit type.
Okay, then Unify.
In Unify, the facilitator will make children aware. During Makar Sankranti, birds get hurt by kites, so we must protect them. We can show them AV.
Now that could be in act.
Okay.
Because there you are asking them to take action.
Okay.
And it's still not connecting very sharply with the thirsty crow of how you strategize to get something that you need, and how even we human beings are constantly doing that with nature but unmindful of nature's needs. Something like that, you know. But which art form have you brought in?
Nature.
No, art form, art-based learning. Now we said second question. So, I mean, singing is a very, very simple way, but it's much more than that. No? As we've seen, because we had so many different artists coming. Now, suppose you were to introduce dance here, then the whole story could have been done in the form of a mime or a dance. You get that? So bring one art form in. I didn't say anything to them because they brought this song in. But it doesn't always have to be songs. Bring in the other arts, because a child who's not musical, not very happy with music or not interested, will not be interested in what you're doing. So we have to cater to children with different multiple intelligences. No? So keep that in mind. Okay? Thank you very much,
you, ma'am.
teachers. Thank you. Okay, third group, quickly, then chai peena hai.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Hold.
Relatives with us.
Nobody
Hello.
wants tea? But see, the next session is UK. Is that lady is connecting from UK. Let me try. If we can, we'll accommodate all the other remaining groups in the final session. But let's not do it now because she'll be waiting. Okay? Jaldi!
Yes, sir. So, good evening, all of you. Our topic is very simple. That's photosynthesis, which is usually taught in standard 6. So, the science teacher can begin with asking the students like, why do you eat food? And like, have you seen your mummy preparing food at home? So the teacher can relate with the plants. Like, what about plants? How do they eat food? How do they prepare food? So in this way, the teacher can lead the students to know about this process.
Very good.
For the stimulate part, because this is a very lively topic to talk about, and again, 5th standard students are again little bit mature in doing storytelling and all those stuff. So obviously, we'll ask them to draw the leaves the way they perceive leaves as. So maybe we can get brown leaves, green leaves, etc., etc. That can lead to the topic more clarity. Then we can also have role plays with the same leaves. So the leaves can be used, which they have drawn, for telling a story about the entire plant. So we can have plant talking about his life cycle, and that is how we can connect the entire story.
Lovely. They brought in role play. So they brought in the drama element here. Huh?
So in Collaborate, after the science teacher has taught this topic, the English teacher comes in and introduces the writing skill, that is autobiography. So an assignment, write an autobiography of a house plant. The geography teacher comes in, introduces the topic of vegetation or groundwater.
Again, these should be very brief.
Yes.
Because you have to finish this
Yes.
in a certain amount of time, right? And bring in poetry here also. There's so many poems on the beauty of... Okay. Sorry.
In terms of action, the first main basic action is that they will be more aware of their plants and surroundings, so the environment in general. What they can do is that now that they know the steps and the requirements that a plant needs for photosynthesis to take place, they can place the plants under sunlight, they can water them according to the timing. So be more mindful about their environment based on what they have learned at their homes, as well as maybe in the classroom if they have some plants nearby, so be more aware of those.
And also how food is made differently by different animals. You know, you could bring in that to make it more unified. Otherwise, excellent lesson plan, but just don't... What will be your main concentration? Out of these 5 steps, maximum time has to be spent on stimulate.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
So do the stimulate part very carefully in class, but do these which are essential as well. Okay, brilliant. Come, let's have tea and rush back. Yeah, sure, sure.
She gives me such a dirty look. One of the things I want to really appreciate is the involvement in, say, one subject, which we assume, oh, science subject, involvement of other disciplines, which we are doing in one of the schools. When they're doing the curriculum planning, all the different subjects sit together, and they say, okay, if we are doing about mountains and about geography, then how about a story about mountains, the literature teacher will do. So when you brought in the other teachers, but as Kumi said, do it judiciously, but it's a very good idea. So congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, wow, okay. With the new PowerPoint? Please, could one of you give this to Nina, ma'am, at the back? Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
1 hour का slot ना 4:50
1 hour ना 1 hour.
कोई brochure में
Miss Allison. Miss Allison has to her credit a Bachelor of Arts degree in History, French, and Russian, a CELTA certification in English language teaching to adults. She is co-founder of the RAP project, a developer of content for several workshops. She is also the lead author of Sex, Likes, and Social Media, Talking to Teens in the Digital Age. She has produced content for consent-focused Gen Z dating apps. She has designed and implemented the Respect Ambassador project. As producer of ABC News London Bureau, she was the first international producer of Good Morning America and Biography Channel. As producer editor of the Associated Press Television, she was the founding producer of Startup International News Agency, and as producer NBC News, she's had the opportunity to interview President Yeltsin in the Kremlin. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Allison. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. What a lovely introduction. I appreciate it. I always smile when I think of that moment in the Kremlin, everyone. It was very exciting, but I am very, very pleased to be here. I wish I was with you physically. I am coming back to Mumbai. It's a wonderful city, and but I'll be in my living room for the time being. I always open my presentations with this quote. It's a few years now since I've heard this wonderful woman, Baroness Beeban Kidron, open a commencement speech at a seminar with this quote. And I'll never forget when she said this, when she said, "There is no childhood online." And I think that we all get...
Miss Allison has to her credit
I think that we get a little bit desensitized to conversations about, life online and digital citizenship, which I'm going to explain all of that in a moment. But sometimes we get tired of talking about it. Sometimes I'll see a documentary that's called The Social Dilemma, and I'll think, oh, do I really need to watch this? And I do, and I always watch these things twice because they're absolutely fascinating. And the point of starting my talks with this quote is that it is absolutely, completely true. And I asked the students in either an auditorium or a smaller workshop, any size, in person or online, what do they think she meant? What do they think she meant when she said there is no childhood online? And these wonderful students say things like, well, I think she meant you can't make memories online. You can only make memories in real life. And I thought, that is so beautiful. And I said, expand on that. She said, well, what am I going to remember in 3 years' time? My friend's TikTok video where she was dancing, or a camping trip in Exmoor National Park in Devon. And, I think that's a very good example. It's not exactly what she meant. And what she meant is that not one single person who's come into this world has demanded or asked for unfiltered and unfettered access to absolutely anything imaginable online. And, it's not the kids' fault. My kids are now in their 20s, but when they were in their teens, I would lose my temper sometimes and say, get off the phone. But we now know that there's a whole science to social media. And there's a great video that I'll put on the handout that will be forwarded to you, called 5 Crazy Ways That Social Media Can Change Our Brains. And it does. So I empathize with the young people and I say, you know what? You didn't ask for this access. We chucked it at you, and you've had to duck and dive and negotiate this access. So I think that when we're speaking to students and to their parents, there should be some empathy in there because it's not their fault. And I remember last January when I was in Mumbai and I was spending some time with Dr. Kumi, the wonderful Dr. Kumi, and she her she had a statistic which absolutely blew me over, that 90% of Indian minors have access to the internet. That obviously many of them have their own smartphones, and kids are getting smartphones younger and younger every year all over the world, not just here in the UK, but also if they're in a household or in a community that might be very rural and not have a lot of technology, they'll have one phone and they'll share it. So nobody is protected by this. And here and in India, I don't care what parental protection is being implemented, they can override it. So I just wanted to share you with that. So my name is Alison Havey. You heard a little bit about my background. I was a journalist for years. And one of the things that I've been able to do since speaking to young people in schools since 2012 is measure their confidence and their knowledge and confidence before and after one of my presentations. And I'm proud of the results that I've gotten and the data. The other area, which I don't include in today's presentation, that I do a lot of work in, is specifically around pornography. So I've done a lot of anonymous data collecting since 2016 to 2025 of 16, 17, and 18-year-olds. And I'll just give you an example because I think it's important we do address this. In 2018, I asked 500 sixth formers, or 17 and 18-year-olds here in the UK, if they thought that pornography was having a negative impact on their own sex lives or on the romantic sex lives of their peer group. And 12% answered yes. 70-something% said no. In 2024 and 2025, I asked the same question anonymously of 459 sixth formers. 84% said yes, it is having a negative effect on our own intimate lives and those intimate lives of our peers. So there's no doubt to me that that's true. I think that today's talk is not about pornography, but it is relevant, and I'll get to that in a minute. Today's talk is about digital tyranny, not in the political sense, not in the way that countries like China, North Korea, Russia can prevent people from accessing, independent, maybe non-profit-making news, like Associated Press or Reuters. And they prevent people maybe from getting access to those kind of things and to other opinions that are opposing their governments. I'm talking about digital tyranny about the control over the few. And I want to ask you as well, do you guys think that young people are in some ways losing their individuality to homogeneity, to a sameness? I've been doing this since 2012. I've seen up close how young people have changed with access to the internet and to social media. And I would say yes. The other thing I wanted to ask you, is it okay if I ask a question of the audience? Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. We'll pass the mic and we'll answer.
I appreciate that. So one of the things I'd like to talk about when I'm doing this internationally are the international trends as far as how countries or how academics and policy are changing. So I'm sure most of you are familiar, all of you are probably familiar with the Australian ban on social media for under 18s, which is, I think, being implemented this month. I don't know how they're going to police this. I think the world who's interested in this will watch closely. But I think that it's very important. And the main reason why Australia has done this was because of a book that I know Dr. Kumi has read. It's called The Anxious Generation by Dr. Jonathan Haidt. It's a brilliant book. It is criticized because a lot of teachers that I know don't like a whole generation being labeled the anxious generation. There's a lot of young people today that are amazing and blossoming. Not everybody. There's a lot of depression and loneliness out there, but they don't like the title. If I was a human chat GPT and I was asked to sum up his book, The Anxious Generation, I would do it in the following way. Young people are over supervised in real life and under supervised online. I don't think that there's anything more true. And in New York and in London and places here, and I imagine it's similar in India, but parents are over protecting their kids. You know, when we were young, I'm older than most of you, but I'd get on my bike and cycle 30 minutes to the shop to buy some gum, or climb trees. We were away. Our parents wouldn't see us on weekends from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and there were no phones to check on us. And I think young people, well, Jonathan Haidt makes this point, and I concur because I've also seen this. Young people, I think, are less resilient and less resourceful because I think parents are frightened of giving them independence because of what might happen to them, pedophiles or violence, because the media has built a lot up around this. So, and the other thing is, here in the UK, we have the Online Safety Act. Again, we're all waiting for research to see how effective this is. It's basically asking the big techs, companies like Google and Meta and Amazon, et cetera, to monitor any inappropriate language for under 18s. The thing is that we can ask for people's birth certificates or passports when we're online accessing certain sites that are not okay. But the thing is that people who are going on pornography, they don't want to give up their passports and have evidence that they've been on it. So it's very tricky. How do most of you working in schools have a no smartphone ban, or is it self-regulated by the students? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. Here, I think most of the schools have a no smartphone policy, but they might be able to bring them in, but they can't use them during school hours. What is it in your school?
Hello, Alison. So, at our school, the students are supposed to deposit their phones in a box when they come in. And when they leave, they take it, because I think the parents have given them phones because they travel around the city and they go for classes and all of that, but they're not allowed to use the phones in school.
And since that rule was implemented, have you found that focus and attention and behavior overall has improved in the school, or no?
Yes, definitely, because there is less distraction. So the tendency for teachers and students, I think, is to keep checking on the phone every now and then. So I think that has definitely improved.
And if you were to be given a choice in India, there was a vote. Would you support a complete social media ban for under 16s or under 13s, or not at all? Which one?
I think so, because I think things are going a little out of hand. So, though again, I think we did start off with Milton's Paradise Lost, and we spoke about a cloistered virtue and how it's not got any value if it's not, exposed. But I think there is overexposure, and that is why I think we need to come down really hard on this, which is not a very pleasant situation, but I think it might.
So would you say 13 or 18? I mean 16.
16, I think, under 16, yeah. That is
Does
my
anyone else
opinion.
have
I'm not sure if everybody agrees, but
I'd like
yeah.
to know if anyone has a different opinion or the same opinion, and then I'll move on. Is there another teacher who'd like to speak up?
Hi, I am not a teacher, okay? I am just a delegate at this conference. Yes, I work in cybersecurity. Now, to answer your question, whether I am in a favor of a ban also, now this is slightly complicated in the current context we are in. The reason I say this is because with the current government, both at the central and the state level, moving towards digitalization, okay, a lot of our population in India are not well versed with the language English, okay? And currently we know the entire digital space operates on English. So the state policies, the subsidies, the funds and everyone, most of the parents rely on their children, okay? So who activate for them, yes. The current law, which is being debated, the Digital Protection Act, okay, has one of the clause where it requires the companies to take the guidance or the consent of the parents before opening the account in the name of the child. Now, this is being debated, contested, how it would be implemented at a wide scale. Because do we have the technology for that? Do we have a policing for that? But one of the challenge that I see at currently in my neighborhoods, in my friend circles, or with my support system, even at the home, it's the children. An 8-year-old child who's applying for the bank accounts on behalf of his or her parents, getting the subsidies for them into the accounts, making sure, because today, 84% of the payments in India till last month were on UPI, which is a huge amount. It's a digital, okay? So it's a huge amount. So now
This does complicate
Yes.
things indeed.
Yes, it complicates the things where, I'm sorry, I don't have a right answer whether the ban should be there or how we are going to address this peculiar challenge moving forward when the bill turns into the law by December or hopefully next year.
Thank you very much. That is an excellent point, and I think that it would probably, in most cases, never come to light, a total social media ban, precisely for that reason. Although, yeah, I don't think that you would be able to separate practical online banking needs from social media on a smartphone. In any case, I'm sure we could talk about that for a long time. A few months ago, I spoke to 296 teachers in England and Wales, and I asked them at the beginning of my 2-hour presentation if they would support a ban on social media under 16. And about 48% said yes. And then I asked them at the end of the session, and it was more like 88%. It is a complicated question. A lot of teachers that I have so much respect for are absolutely against the ban because, you know, as the previous woman just mentioned, you know, our societies are becoming digitized, and our kids, our young people, have got to be fluent and capable of managing this digital life. So there are arguments on both sides. Personally, I'm for under 13, but that's just me. Okay, this is what I call fake face because I'm going to talk to you all today about things that you know about globalization, you know about fake face. So when I say fake face, I mean it on two levels. I say fake face means like these faces, right? They're airbrushed, altered, and unrealistic. And we use filters. There are filters. This woman who looks very strange, I would say an alien in the nicest way, has used a filter that makes her look like this. And a lot of young women here in the UK love this look. And what's happening here is it's kind of morphing from the screen to real life and plastic surgery. You know, my hairdresser has it. She's an amazing woman, but she has, you know, the tattooed eyebrows, the big false eyelashes, cheek implants, and big lips. I don't know if there's trends in the beauty industry in India that's that are moving from filters to real life and to plastic surgery. I'd be very happy if anybody wanted to talk about that either now or later. But it's fake face. And the other fake face that I refer to is we post things, people post things on social media, promoting this perfect life. You know, for example, a very good friend of mine took her new boyfriend and best friend to Sicily and posted pictures about their holiday, climbing Mount Etna, going to the beach, eating pizza, seeing the incredible ruins of the Greeks and the temple of Apollo on Ortygia, et cetera, et cetera. She comes back. I saw this on Facebook. I said, Charlotte, that was phenomenal holiday. Those pictures looked fantastic. She said it was the worst week of my life. I said, why? She said, my boyfriend and my best friend did not like each other and they fought the whole time. So one of the things that I learned from working with others and learning from them is one school that I work with regularly has this ethos. And I think it is such a beautiful ethos. And it kind of fulfills this positive humanity aspect, which I'm going to close with. But when we're checking with people online or we're trying to ascertain how they're doing, it's impossible to understand, because if you say, hey, how are you? And they say, great, we don't hear the timbre of their voices. We can't see. You know, we're animals, we're humans. People learn by our signs, our physical signs, our twitches. That's another point that Jonathan Haidt makes in Anxious Generation. People are missing social cues. When they're maturing, our young people are maturing, a lot of them are having a hard time moving on with not being so awkward or inappropriate in the romantic sphere, because they've been online so much and they haven't spent time with each other. They're missing these social cues. So when I talk about the fake face of promoting something that is unrealistic online, and being more authentic in real life, which we are for all the reasons I've just said, the habit that this school asks its students to do, and I love this habit, and it's free. It's check in with a friend or a family member every day, in person or on the phone, by actually using it as a phone, not just as a computer, and listen to them, ask them how they're really doing, and have a conversation with them, rather than just check and text. I just wanted to share that. So digital tyranny, it's not the political kind that we're talking about. It's about the tyranny of metrics, of algorithms. It is down to TikTok. It is down to, let me put this out to you. So I have a bunch of questions there. Who is actually defining how we should look, what we should weigh, how we should dress? There are famous companies, and I would like to say, I'd like to ask you, I'd like to give you this challenge of, there's the 5 big mega tech companies. Put them in order as far as influence. You don't have to get it right. Google is the first one and Apple is the 5th one. Try to put in 2, 3, and 4 of the companies. Just take a couple take 30 seconds or so. When we're checking with people online or we're trying to ascertain how they're doing, it's impossible to understand, because if you say, hey, how are you? And they say, great, we don't hear the timbre of their voices. We can't see. You know, we're animals, we're humans. People learn by our signs, our physical signs, our twitching. Does anybody want to have a crack at it?
Meta, Instagram, TikTok, and yeah, TikTok. Outside, it's still there. Outside
You said Meta?
Instagram. Oh, sorry, Meta is Instagram. Yes. And TikTok.
Okay, good. Meta is correct, but the second 2 are not. One more person try.
Twitter. Now it's. Oh, Meta.
It's not the social media app, it's the company.
Oh, okay.
Maximum influence. OpenAI?
No, but that's probably coming. It's Google, Meta, TikTok, which you guys don't have to worry about for now, Amazon, and Apple.
Oh yeah, Amazon.
These 5 companies are controlling a lot. And I'm going to say this now, and I was talking about it yesterday at dinner last night with some very good friends. You know, if and we're going to talk about it in a minute about, you know, how young people and fashion, it's so quick now. There's trends all the time, and there's very few influencers who are brands themselves who are shaping what people buy. And one of the things that I learned from doing research for this is there is so much to be said by shopping locally and supporting your community tradesmen. And I think that this is probably much more prevalent in your part of the world because there's so many markets and it's easier. But here in London, so many people just buy things on Amazon. And it's a very effective way that we can try to play our role in decreasing the tyranny of metrics. But let's get into the details. So these are 6 of the world's most famous influencers. The first woman I did not know, and I still don't know, but her name you may know is Calvin Kerr. Does anybody know who the second man is with the mustache?
Mr. Beast.
He's Mr. Beast. He's very popular. He does these great big stunts and he gets billions of people watching him. And does anyone know who the beautiful woman is? With
Kylie Jenner.
Kylie Jenner. And what about the young man?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. And the girl in the middle?
Is it Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, I think she probably is the biggest brand in the world. And then the young man?
Cabby something. I forgot.
Llama?
Cabby Lame, I guess.
I think so. Yeah, yes. So these influencers, either globally or in more of the specific parts of the globe, are promoting sales. And I don't want to overwhelm you with words, but I also thought that this was very worthwhile sharing with you. And I did get this. You know what, everybody? And, you know, you're probably all a lot brighter than I am. But one of the problems that I've had with ChatGPT is that it doesn't automatically source anything. And, you know, sourcing is fundamental. And it's a huge part of critical thinking. And it's a huge part about what we have to teach to young people, you know, respectable sourcing. So what I did for my first time, and you probably have already done this, when I got this chart, I said, what's the source of this chart? And I got Harvard Business Review and Business of Fashion. And I was pleased that I could get that. So body image, you know, we spoke about fake face, Instagram face, westernized beauty ideals. Pornography is also influencing body image. You know, large bums and bottoms, which Kim Kardashian exudes and works on. I think she has a private trainer for that part of the body. It is true. And it's a trend. Fashion and lifestyle. Shane is a makeup brand. TikTok, hauls. You know, we get a lot of our information from these, and it's homogenizing. Styles are looking identical. I'm telling you, I was at a school in Sussex, and I stopped. I actually took their pictures. I don't have them now, but there were 2 young men going to the ATM machine, and they were not together. They were wearing exactly the same hoodie, baseball cap and sneakers and jeans, and they weren't together. It was very strange. I also, I don't know if the teachers who are in the room have had this experience, but what's been happening to me, not all the time, but more frequently, is the most, what these ideals promoted online, the girls who are, I guess, the most attractive, if you're going to judge beauty by these principles. I say, so what do you want to do? Maybe they're in their final year of school. You're going to university. I want to go to Dubai or LA. Okay. What are you going to do there? I don't know. So I'm not trying to be harsh, but I think this is clearly a result of globalization and ideals. Speech and behavior, dance trends, they can be fun and great, but they can also homogenize language. And consumer habits, TikTok made me buy it. A lot of people buy things. I've really had to stop scrolling because it was, I don't want more, I want less. I was listening to one of the talks, one of the young men, I guess he had drawn something in your summit, Kumi, and he was talking about decluttering, resilience and decluttering, and I just think that is fantastic. I don't want to buy anything else. I certainly don't want to buy from global outlets online, and because I personally was starting to want, I could feel my consumer habits change when I'm scrolling. I don't know if that's happened to any of you, but I've had to have a hard cutoff with that. Now, when we're talking about this homogenation and globalization and the 5 big tech companies, Google, Meta, TikTok, Amazon, and Apple, we're talking about Kim Kardashian. This is mostly in terms of beauty and fashion and maybe some trends, right? But there's, from my perspective, as somebody who is promoting digital and sexual citizenship, something much more ominous is becoming homogenized, okay? And this is misogyny. When I talk about when I talk about digital citizenship, these are the talks that I have crafted for younger students aged 8 to 13. And it's introducing in an age-appropriate level the 2 most important words in any language, in my opinion, which are critical thinking. Young people have to learn about critical thinking. And it's important that we also talk about misogyny. I think it's important that we define misogyny for students, even students who are older that we might assume know what it is. My personal purpose is to try and reduce violence against women 1 kid at a time in my talks. And there are certain terms that you may or may not be aware of. I am aware of them, and I have to look up this stuff because I've got to be across it so that I can help young people not fall into this trap. But algorithms not only will influence what we buy and what makeup trends we follow, but algorithms will also send us down a spiral into someone like Andrew Tate. I don't know if you know Andrew Tate. Some of you will definitely will, and some of you may not. He became a phenomenon in the summer of 2022. There was not one student here aged 11 to 18 who did not know who Andrew Tate was. I've been on his email list since he started because I need to know what he's about. And his first email spoke about, well, it said the following, basically. It said, get up out of bed. If you're at school, work out now and study hard. Don't pick up the bong A bong is something that you smoke weed, pot, grass, marijuana from. Don't pick up the bong. Focus. This is your one life. Make it count. And if you're at work, work your hardest, exercise, and make it count. And I thought to myself, well, that's pretty life affirming because a lot of young men in the UK smoke weed and it causes depression and psychosis. So, and it's also about taking life seriously and going for it and making it, your best, making your best efforts. But soon this evolved into these quotes. This is Andrew Tate. And I thought that he had gone away. But when President Trump was reelected, he kind of got more fresh air because he was very outspoken about how happy he was that he won the presidency. I'm just going to go back to this slide for a moment. Now, here in the UK, and I'd like to ask the teachers in the room if they have any opinions about this. But because of Andrew Tate, an influencer, there was a clear increase in misogynistic language, not only towards girl peers, their female peers, but also microaggressions against teachers. It was more misogynistic. It was unpleasant. And it's upsetting. It is upsetting. We're all trying to get a handle on this because, as I said, my purpose is to try to prevent try to decrease violence against women and girls by speaking to kids, one kid at a time. Misogyny is fueling violence against women and girls. It is not funny. It's not okay to say these things. And I think we need to support our young people in educating that it's not okay and also in speaking out against it. The ambassador program that I developed was about peer-to-peer mentoring. And I'll tell you, one young man, he was in year 7, so that's an 11-year-old. He called a girl in his class a slag, which is, it's not a very nice word. It is what it sounds like. And he kept doing it. And no matter what his punishment were, he just didn't care. So the school got older students to speak to him one-on-one. And then they had an assembly on misogyny. And it worked. So I think that's a good thing to remember, that students can help their younger students. But have you as teachers experienced this trend as teachers here in the UK have? Or have you seen an increase of misogynistic treatment of peers by peers? And maybe you haven't at all. I'm just curious.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. If you're talking about a trend, I don't think over here it's anything terribly new. It has been going on for years and years and years. And the tragedy is that some of our politicians, some of our religious leaders from all kinds of communities are fostering this, are encouraging this. So I think the younger people are slightly wiser than some of these older generation influencers, if they can be called that. But they do influence our youth, but not to the extent that they're influencing the general population, and that's the tragedy here.
I understand what you're saying, because in my birth country is over the pond, the United States, and I certainly can commiserate with what you're saying about some of your personalities and politicians who promote this behavior. And is it so much to ask of the universe for healthy, fantastic, positive humanity influencers and role models instead of what some of these are offering? We need healthy role models more than ever, and not the influencers. That's my opinion. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. I think all of us here agree with you.
So I'm glad I'm sorry that there is misogyny in India. I know there's misogyny anywhere, but as far as in schools itself, has it just been kind of the same? It hasn't spiked. Is that what you were saying?
I'm not sure. Maybe some of the teachers who are actually dealing with the younger children can answer that one.
In schools, we do see this to some extent, but I think it stems more from the kind of backgrounds they come from. So, their family, their neighborhoods. So, the behavior is kind of imitated from what they are seeing around them. So, it trickles down
Not
to
so
the
much
classroom
online.
through that.
So it's more environmental than an online influence.
I believe so.
Okay, that's very interesting. I'm just going to say that these are words that, if this is of interest to you, they're not very nice words, but they're very real, unfortunately. So the manosphere is a term that we use when we're talking about online communities which spread misogyny, and there is an extreme hatred. They blame women for all of the ills in the world. The other group that you may not have heard about or may have are called incels. And incels are young men who are unable to develop relationships. They might be neurodiverse. They're definitely very techie, and they're involuntary. They cannot form relationships. They may have been, locked in their basements by their parents and not been able to go out and develop these social cues and skills that we need in order to have relationships, friendships, or romantic. Or they may have chosen not to be. And they may have gotten in the vortex, the algorithms of angry men who blame women for everything. Reddit, which is a very big social media app that you can go to get opinions on anything or to join discussion groups. And the Red Pill is a discussion group where men say horrible things about women. Now, Andrew Tate, right? This is something that happened to me about 7 months ago, and I'm going back to the same school next week in up near Manchester. I was literally speaking to year 9 students, so they were 13 years old, about misogyny, and I spoke about Andrew Tate. And one lovely 13-year-old boy said, "Miss, I really respect him." And I said, "Okay, let's revisit this and unpack that after this video." Now, I don't often use my phone when I'm delivering a presentation, but there was a news flash. This is what happened. And it was one of the few times that I cried in a presentation because it was so powerful. This man is Kyle Clifford. And the news flash was that he had been convicted for murdering 3 women, 2 sisters and a mother. His girlfriend broke up with him, so he went with a crossbow to her house. She was not there. Only the mother was there. She would not let him in, and he stabbed her. He went in the house. The ex-girlfriend came home, and he raped her, and then he killed her. And then he killed her sister, who also came home. I know that these horrible stories happen in India, but what is so horrible about it is that he said he listened to Andrew Tate podcast the night before he did this. So when young men say to me that they respect Andrew Tate, I have a big problem with that. I don't like to be judgmental, but I am not going to say it's okay to listen to any influencer that is influencing young men to commit violence by speaking about women as second-rate citizens. I'm not going to do it. On a personal level, I am still in shock and I really don't know how to process this. And maybe you guys, maybe somebody can help me. But I'm driving back from West London from playing tennis on Sunday, and there's a bit of traffic near my neighborhood. And a man beeped at me, which triggers me, which means Mumbai is crazy for me because it's always horn beeping. But he beeped at me, and I went like this because it really. And he came up. He caught up to my car. He rolled down his window and he said, "Get back in the kitchen. Get back in the kitchen." Well, I don't know what to say about that. It just makes me sad. It makes me sad. Do any of you in this room know about Ryder Cup? The Ryder Cup and the thugs that were in the crowd abusing the European golf players. Does anybody know anything about that? Anyone? Are you there?
No, I'm afraid I don't think a lot of people here know about it.
I'll just be very brief because it fits into echo chambers. Echo chambers, by the way, are, you know, it's when you only hear your own opinions. You know, social media, right, or Facebook. And I always speak about this to the youngest kids as well as to the oldest kids. It's not a great place to share opinions. You can, but you know, if certain people in 2016, when certain friends or family members on Facebook supported a certain politician, I would just, you know, unfriend them. And I look back and I am ashamed of my behavior because unless we are going to live in a cave, we need to be able to listen to why other people support other political ideals and politicians as much as we differ from them, to try to understand why these individuals in our communities have such different opinions. It's not easy, but it's very important. And if you ask young people, if they say and do things online, I guarantee you, if they, sorry, I haven't finished the sentence. If you ask young people if you think that they do or say things online that they would never do in real life, 100% of the hands go up. Why? Because you can get away with it. There's an anonymity. Nobody should behave in any way differently online than in person. That's about digital citizenship. These kids who have been given access to these echo chambers, to the manosphere, to the influencers, to the tech companies telling them what to buy, they have a lot of responsibility to have. They have to take a lot of responsibility. And they didn't ask for that either. But again, we have to empathize with them and teach them how to act responsibly. Educate them about echo chambers. There are ways that young people can learn how to get out of the algorithmic tyranny. And I would like to send you some strategies because I don't want to go through them here on paper, like as an electronic handout. So I will give that to you when this is over. But if you don't listen to other people's perspectives, your society is divided. And my birth country is divided. And I blame the majority of this on social media. I blame the lack of critical thinking skills for this division. I'm sure you struggle in your culture with the same thing, but we have fake news. We have fake news. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. There are a lot of studies. You know, there was a study out of the States about, you know, the epidemic of loneliness, which is heartbreaking. A lot of young people are lonely. This is the latest, you know, very well sourced. JAMA is very well respected organization, and this is their latest on addictive habits. Scrolling is addictive. Um, and when we scroll, we are telling all of these big tech companies what we are interested in. We're selling them, we're giving them our private data and tastes for free. Young people don't have TikTok in India, but the woman's quote, Baroness Bevan Kidron, who works in the House of Lords, she's politicking for TikTok to pay under 18s for their private information, because you get a 15-year-old posting on TikTok. TikTok is monetizing their outfits, the color of their eyes, how they're wearing their hair. She doesn't think that young people's data should be harvested like that, and neither do I, but it is. But this is about addiction. There are a lot of young people who are suffering. And I usually have a lot of statistics about this, but I haven't shared those with you. I'm very happy to if you're interested in them. And I'll put some recommended reading on the handout of studies that you absolutely should see and read. But there is more anxiety. There are, one of the biggest changes that I've seen is that when I first started doing these talks, and also in my life as a teenager in the 80s, it was young women who had eating disorders. Very few men did. And since the birth of Instagram, which was in 2009, there are academics. It's actually, if you want to see a great documentary on all of this, it's 1 hour. It's fascinating. It's called The Social Dilemma, but I'll put that on the handout. In Social Dilemma, there is a chart, and it shows what happens with young people, male and female. It's a similar trajectory as more and more young people in that demographic signed on to Instagram. That same demographic went into hospital for eating disorders. Instagram is by far the most dangerous social media app on influencing body image, that compare aspects that we are having to deal with. So this is a big study. It's addiction to social media is not going away. If you ask your students, do you think your social, or if you're not a teacher, if you ask, young people, or even your friends, no matter what their age, do you think your attention spans are decreasing? 100%. Everyone always says yes. And my response to this is, we may have lost the battle, but we haven't lost the war. And there are ways that we can change how algorithms brainwash us. There are ways that we can increase our attention span. I mean, please, can somebody explain what's going on in the UK and in the United States? When kids move on to senior school at 11 years old, they're not able to read as well as kids could 10, 20 years ago. University professors at Yale, at Ivy League schools in the States, are writing about how their students are having a hard time with long fiction, the classics. Is this something that you are witnessing in India? I hope not. But
Yes, it's very similar in India as well. We do see students struggling with reading or writing, even in higher grades compared to what it used to be in the previous years.
They have a
What do you-
very, yeah, they have a very like great thing that if they want to think about something, they won't use their brains. They'll just chat GPT it, and the answer is already ready for them.
I know, but you know what we all know? And I tell them this, I tell every single school I speak in, I say this. I appreciate the beauty of ChatGPT, but that's for information. I ask them, do you want to become more intelligent? Do you want to get smarter? There is no faster way to become smarter than by reading books, not nonfiction books, fiction, the classics, because in these books, not only do we increase our vocabulary and learn new words, not only do we improve our fluency, but the most important thing they allow us to do is to see life through other lenses, through other perspectives. What it is like to be Muslim, Hindu, what it is, or Catholic or Jewish, what it's like to grow up in Soviet Union in the 1960s, what it, to understand other people's gendered perspectives, religious perspectives, cultural perspectives, so that we can be wiser and more empathetic and respectful of these differences. ChatGPT giving us an answer to the question isn't going to give us that, is it? So I tell the students, I'm going to go to this slide. I always have this experiment. I tell the kids to please take a note on a piece of paper and mark down how many minutes to the day they spend on social media. Maybe it's an hour and 20 minutes. Some kids here are on it 8 hours a day. But make note of, and that includes gaming, because gaming is huge. Take a note of how many hours to the minute you've spent on social media, and then you match that by reading a book. And you match it with the same amount of time. That is not only going to make you feel less anxious and give you some sense of pride, it's also going to make you smarter. Do this for 1 week and tell your teacher how it's made you feel any different. Make it like a scientific experiment. So I'm going to wrap up because I'd like to have conversations with you and answer any questions that you might have. But this is kind of what I share with the kids about, how you can become digital citizens, right? Sourcing is absolutely key. Be curious. Letter D is, truth isn't determined by how many people believe something. It's by evidence. And evidence has to come from respectable sources. There is so much nonsense that is being written that inspires hate, that inspires fake news, that inspires misogyny. We can't do anything about that, ladies and gentlemen. But what we can do is inspire the young people around us to understand the value of sourcing their news. Critical thinking for me is just taking anything, be it an influencer or a character in a novel or Romeo in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, anything or any story, and looking at it from different angles, looking at it, checking and making sure that it's real. And if an influencer says something amazing and inspiring, it doesn't mean that that isn't just a way of drawing you in to share some of the more menacing, potentially harmful messages that influencer or that journalist or that politician wants you to hear. And as I said,
you couldn't be more correct, Alison. I think we are all facing all these issues. And one of the things that we've been emphasizing all through this conference is the importance of critical thinking. And when we teachers just give and give as if we are putting money into a slot machine, and what comes out are their responses on exam papers, we are not encouraging critical thinking. So I think the kind of work that you're doing, Alison, and what you've given us in this 1 hour has been phenomenal. And I think that these are huge issues which really need to be thought over very, very carefully. So thank you very, very much, Alison. We wish we had a little more time, but when you come to Mumbai again, we will initiate these conversations among teachers, because I think the kind of questions we have are endless, But we don't have the solutions, but perhaps we can sit together and work on something, at least for the benefit of our children. One more thing that I wanted to say is that this entire conference has been talking about celebrating differences. How does this particular talk tie up with it? Any guesses? Quickly. Any guesses? Anyone? Yes, please. Do you have a mic there? You can take my mic. Or just come down.
I think what Alison mentioned out here is that we need to be able to respect the other people with their difference in opinions out here. And when they agree on certain things which we don't agree upon, and we should be okay with it, or at least try to understand their perspective.
Absolutely. What we do not need are new meta-narratives. What is a meta-narrative? Very simply put, it is an overarching statement which is uncritically accepted as true. And we could go on with this forever. But I think, Alison, you've done a great job in so short a time. And thank you very much. A big virtual hug to you from all of us.
You inspire me. I'm sorry that I had to work on Thursday and Friday because and I couldn't listen in, but I know this is going to be online and I'm going to listen to every single section of it. But I am going to send you a handout that you can share. And if any of the teachers are interested in having me visit your school, I would love to. I'm going to get some funding.
Absolutely.
I hope. So I will leave you. I'll watch online the end.
All right, you're welcome to, but now we have a valedictory where we are trying to wrap up and just to decide on the way forward. Welcome to Stay Online. Thank you, Alison. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, friends, we draw to an end of these magnificent 3 days. But what happens from here? Where do we go from here? What is the way ahead for us? To discuss the way ahead, may I invite someone who's been with us for 3 days, someone who's an integral part of GTPS in spirit, in prayer, in presence, and in support. Please put your hands together while I welcome Father Jude.
Please, Father. Thank you. This final session, we'll wrap up very quickly, is called The Way Forward. Every summit has to result in some kind of action. And very, very quickly, I'm going to run through the projects of GTPS 2025. If there are questions, I'll answer them outside or once we are out of the building so that the poor didis and all the staff can go home. Right? Let's start quickly. Next slide. I think you already know about this, Project Scroll Control. We will provide you with more details. How does technology move from being magic to manic to toxic? We are encouraging children all over India to create videos. All the details will be sent to each and every one of you. And this project, for those of you who were not here on day one, is with cybersecurity in Delhi called ISAC. It is for cyber hygiene, exactly what Alison has been talking about. Right? Next. For those who aspire to be educational leaders, and that could be principals, vice principals, coordinators, and even young students who aspire to be educational leaders. We have a brand new program for you called Sourcefully Intelligent Educational Leadership, in short, SIEL. You will receive the details on your phone. Creating ecosystems for continuous development. Right? Next. For teachers, we have several courses again. Global Citizenship Education through Technopurses. One of the things that we do here again is to look at global citizenship critically, not innocently, as Umberto Eco said, not just accepting something. Is it going to work? Contextualizing it, and so on. Joyful learning through play and experience, basically experiential learning. And most important, social emotional learning, pathways to happiness. Next. For students, again, we have SEL for school students, creating content and launching SEL in English, Hindi, and Marathi with Learning Space Foundation. Nitin has been here all these days, and we are working with him. SEL for college and university students is being done with Mumbai University. Next. For anyone interested in wellness, we have a host of mental wellness programs, many of them which will be done offline in Bangalore in a place called Away, a center called Away. So if you remain connected with us, you will get to know about all these programs, and you are very, very welcome to join us. Thank you so much. Over to Father Jude to sum up.
It's been a wonderful experience for all of us. I think for the last 3 days we are receiving and receiving and receiving, and we have been enlightened. The spark is already set. I'm very happy to address you physically and also the online audience. We all are aware that in addition to our lesson plans in the classroom, which we do, there is so much more to offer our students. One question that always disturbs me and always is a concern to me is, what is the mindset a teacher, what is the mindset a teacher must have before she enters the classroom? And a few speakers who spoke for the last 3 days have addressed that issue. They have said, you have to compose yourself, you have to get into your class prepared, you have to have the competence that is already part of you. Every classroom and every teaching is a performance without a rehearsal, a final performance. You heard these things, these are familiar to you. Where do we stand as teachers with what Alison was saying now, with so much on our mind? Where do we cross or we say stop before entering the classroom? We have seen most of our speakers, when they are presenting to us, they are fully in it. No, nothing can distract them. Do we see the same thing in our teaching, in our classrooms? I've been discussing informally with a few teachers, and the teachers say, Father, there are so many other things we are, disturbed with, we are given to do. This attitude cannot happen. This attitude cannot happen. But I'm sure after listening to all the 3 days, and after seeing so much that is there to offer, so much of offer is made to us. Where do we accept and how much do we accept? The answer is it possible to have that new thinking, that bright light in our classrooms? The answer is yes. And I'm sure technology definitely is going to help us, AI is definitely going to help us, but all we have to do is be present, use it creatively. We have to have our classrooms bright. Our classrooms must be handled by creative teachers. How do you get creative teachers? How do you get such enlightened teachers? How do you get such teachers who are fully immersed in those 30 minutes that they are in the classroom with their students? It is always said that students in the digital world are, a teacher has to be an artist, a teacher has to be an actor, an actress. If you aren't up to the expectation of students, they have the remote control, they change channels. They change channels. So that is a challenge to all our teachers and educators to make classroom teaching as interesting as possible. And I think that is the efforts that all of us are trying to, sort it out for ourselves. And I would like to ask you a question. How do we make all this thing happen? Solutions. I would like to listen to all of us, how do we make it all this happen? Or is it possible that all this thing can happen?
Very good question.
Is it possible for this thing to happen with all the experience and all the inputs we had over the last 3 days? Will it happen? Is it possible? Can we make it happen? And if the answer is yes, how? Answer is yes, how? Over to the audience. Let's be quick because we don't have much time. I think each one of us is expected to speak. Yeah.
Hello.
How can we make it happen?
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Father.
Yes.
So, when you said the classroom should be bright, the teacher should be creative, I absolutely agree to this point because when I am in the classroom, I have seen that while I am reading from a text, the students are actually switched off. They have. But when suddenly I act out from the book as a literature teacher, I act out as a character, they are suddenly like, oh my God, okay, teacher is doing something, and then they are back to me. So I think a teacher should be creative in a way, she should be prepared already before coming to the class. What I would do in a way that students don't switch off. How can I bring creativity through drama and to music and everything that we saw for the past 3 days? We can inculcate those prospects in our lectures.
Thank you very much for your response. I hope that every single teacher teaches with every cell of her body. Difficult, but not impossible. Not impossible. And thank you for doing the work that you're doing. At the same time, we need to remember that we are not there to entertain them. We don't have to go to another extreme. What is important during the first session of on the inauguration day, I said, the 3 C's. Content mastery must be focused upon. You are responsible as a teacher that your students learn, but in learner-centric ways. Content mastery, competencies, academic and personal. A person may be a genius, but if that person is a pain in the wherever, that person is not going to last out even in the job, right? So, competencies, content mastery, competencies, consciousness. And teachers, if you start looking at it, I know it's easier said than done. I've been a teacher all my life. But if you start looking at it not as a job, but as a calling, you will never be bored. You will never grow old. You will never need facials.
Those 30 minutes we have in the classroom belong to the student. How can we brighten and make it happen? Yes, any more responses?
Yes.
Mike, behind.
Sorry. Just very quickly, something that also one of the other speakers, I think it was Dr. Omkar who spoke about it, respect for the students. I hear teachers saying, oh, children don't respect us today, but how much do you respect them? How do you show your respect? And you see, respect for little ones, of course. They are also our teachers, and if we come to them with an attitude of respect, they learn how to respect other people. It breaks my heart when I see teachers disrespect children, because one word they'll remember for life, one negative word, they'll carry with them a negative judgment. So that awareness and respect is another thing all of us should do when we work with children.
The word respect, takes us to another realm. As teachers, we have to be very much aware and not get into that loop. Is there respect seen in what's happening in the political arena? There's so much of disrespect for one another's opinions, one another's, ways of functioning, etc. And yet, as teachers, we have to keep it outside the classroom and enter the classroom. We cannot teach our children disrespect. I think that's one awareness. We have to get into our classroom with this awareness. If we don't know to respect others, then I think we should not enter a classroom. Any more insights? Come.
One or two last ones, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
I would just be repeating what Kuni ma'am said over, as we were sipping a cup of coffee the other day, we were having an informal conversation, and Kuni ma'am said, probably we need to not treat our students as though we are teachers, but as though we are there to serve them. So maybe service is one thing that we are going to take away from this 3-day summit for sure.
Service. Enter a classroom with the attitude
Service
of serving.
We are here to serve our students. Our job is to serve them. And the person you serve, you can serve with respect only.
With
not
respect,
with
with love, with compassion.
I mean, one of the first things that Madame Montessori said is, a child is not a blank slate on which you write a script of your choice. And I think as teachers, we need to remember that. As parents, we need to remember that. Right? So I think that's beautiful. One last question. Somebody had a hand up. Yeah, okay.
So firstly, thank you. I'm not a teacher. I'm a dance movement therapy practitioner. But thank you for bringing this up, that art is for everybody. It's not just for the artist. It's the way that we have been expressing ourselves since centuries and maybe since we started evolving. And a child expects to be seen, a child wants to be heard, and a child wants to express. And when the teacher can create that space, especially with learning, it will be beautiful to, see the children evolve in their own creative ways. So thank you for the whole thing.
But your homework is there. You all have to go and first read Louis Malagassi's poem, The 100 Languages of Children. Please. It's a complete must for every teacher. As I said, keep it on your notice board, on your cupboard, on your cabinet, keep it everywhere. Okay. Oh, it's on the net. It's on the net. So it's easily available, the 100 Languages of Children. So thank you very much. You've been an amazing audience, but you just have one little bit to do for us. Once you go to your cell phones, our feedback form is there. Could you please fill in the feedback form before leaving? And any suggestions, any ideas you have about GTPS, we will try our best to respond and honor them. I'm so sorry to not, we really don't have the time. Biju, just 1 minute. There were some groups that were very interested in presenting their technopoetic learning plans. So could we do that outside, or, let the others go? We'll discuss them. I promise to discuss them with you. And now, after the feedback, yes, Father. Yes, thank you so much, Father. So please look at your phones. Now I'm asking you to look at your phones for the next few minutes. Quickly fill up the feedback form and a vote of thanks. You'll do the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I have been watching the entire session today. Sorry I could not be here. And I absolutely loved, I think every session that took place, that has been taking place for the past 3 days. And I mean, not being here, especially when you all were all doing your plans, I didn't feel good at all. You know, I was at home and it was on and I was like, okay, I should have been here because this was really fun. It all looked really fun. So thank you so much for those of you who've been here for the past 3 days. Thank you for your commitment. For those of you watching online, thank you so much. We appreciate all your support, I think, that GTPS has had in all of these years. And we continue to rely on your support for the next coming GTPSs. So deeply grateful to the management of Chhatrapati Narsi School. I have been associated with CNS since 2016, and our philosophy over here also is from knowledge to life. And it resonates very deeply with what Dr. Vivina has been doing since she became a teacher those many years ago. So I'm very glad to be a part of this institute. Thank you, Mrs. Merzine Doctor, the management of Chhatrapati Narsi School. Our guest of honor, Ms. Vanashri, was here today. She also had an amazing session on the mandalas. It was beautiful. Our team of 11 advisory board members, our partners, the GTPS Youth Ambassador, our esteemed speakers, artists, performers, principals of schools, college teachers, school teachers, our teacher trainees, and our beloved students. We also want to thank Solidago Reality for lending financial support for this GTPS. Our helpers here, okay, all the helpers, I think. Yes, but they aren't here just now, but we have our IT team comprising Sujit sir, Dilip sir, Bhavit sir, Vithal sir, Rakesh sir, Faraz sir, and Nilesh.
Could the two of you present here come and take it for all? Whoever is here, please come. They've been working tirelessly with us. And what's very lovely is that they've taken their own initiative and they asked people, please send us your presentation, which I kept on doing. Only if people have presentations. I don't know why I got mistaken. Everyone felt they were obliged to create PPTs. I'm the one who did not create a PPT for my session on poetry. But any which ways, thank you so much. Yo, Nilesh, Rakesh. So Rakesh, I don't know if I'm giving you the right one. Why don't you just sort it out now? Yes, we're just giving you all. There's one for Amit also.
Thank you, Ajit sir and Kini sir, for your support. And your gifts have been given to Rakesh sir. If you don't get it, please get in touch with him. Then Amit, our caterer, who has provided the amazing food. And I absolutely love the coffee, Amit. I kept telling you, I hope you are listening to this, but amazing food, thank you so much. All the didis, the security staff, and everybody who cheerfully assisted us, even I think, even helping us with our registrations today morning. Thank you so much, all of you, for helping GTPS be an amazing success.
If you finished working with the feedback form, then you can go home. Isn't that good news? Or you want to stay with me forever? Do join us to the next GTPS.